Ladies and gentlemen, scholars and acolytes, today we shall delve into a narrative that encapsulates the relentless strife and the intricate dynamics that govern our galaxy. The Taros Campaign, a conflict that unfolded on the arid expanses of Taros, or Tyros to the Tau, serves as a case study of the Imperium's indomitable will, the tenacity of the Tau Empire, and the chaos that defines our existence among the stars. As we embark on this journey through the records, we shall dissect the strategic imperatives that drove the Imperium to reclaim Taros, analyze the Tau's cunning diplomacy and advanced warfare tactics, and bear witness to the valor and sacrifice of countless souls. As historians, we must peel back the layers of these events, question the actors' motives, and glean lessons from the ashes. May this exploration enlighten us, challenge our preconceptions, and remind us of the price of the galaxy's perpetual war. Prepare yourselves, for in this first lecture on the Taros Campaign, we will tread the sands to relive the glory and tragedy of the vicious war. So please sit and listen closely. The realities of expansion across the galactic fringe meant conquest invited retribution. Risking open war for Taros would be folly for the ascendant Tau. The Ethereals shrewdly understood that potential gains couldn't justify the inevitable cataclysm such aggressive imperialism would provoke. With far more vulnerable targets ripe for exploitation, plans for military dominion languished as an unpalatable fruit left to ripen further. Previous experience taught the Tau that brute force wasn't the only means of acquisition on the ever-shifting stage of history. They recognized the potential of the water caste, whose diplomatic overtures occasionally pierced the Imperium's veil of xenophobia. Planetary governors, those petty autocrats, trembled before the wider Imperium, yet local potentates rarely balked at profitable back-channel deals. Greed was a universal constant, and the Tau could offer exotic technologies beyond anything found on the eastern fringe. Thus, a cadre of water-caste diplomats descended upon Taros, offering soothing words amidst a retinue of sympathizers drawn from subjugated human worlds. They preached peaceful coexistence, dangling promises of limited yet highly profitable commerce. Primitive ores offered up by Taros would, with Tau ingenuity, provide advanced water purification systems and other tempting life-improving baubles. Just the thing to grease the wheels with a ruling class, insulated from the desert planet's toils. Governor Aulis initially recoiled from the water caste's propositions. Fear of reprisal against any who consorted with Xenos kept him wary, mirroring the Imperium's rigid dogma. Yet, the Tau had come prepared. Time and temptation were powerful weapons. Demonstrations of how even minor trade would enrich certain interested parties cracked the facade of resistance. When Aulis courted the mine bosses and mercantile magnates, their greed rendered any decision swift. Profit margins superseded ideology. Under the Imperium's unyielding quotas, production stagnated. These men chafed against the Imperium's economic yoke, while the Administratum remained blind to their discontent. Stories of entire human worlds rendered prosperous by Xenos alliances circulated. Placing the Tau through limited trade could serve as a shield against their eventual expansion. What risk lay in diverting a few extra tons of ore, especially with the vast bureaucracy unconcerned? 20 years hence, the agreement was sealed before the shadow of Dree's expedition fell upon Taros. Initially limited, shipments of vanadium and manganese became a yearly tribute. Soon, returns fueled not just material wealth but a corrosion of political will. Earth-caste envoys came bearing exotic technologies and glittering trinkets, buying influence. Taros's elite grew fat on this clandestine operation, further distancing themselves from the harsh realities of those they exploited. The Imperium's bloated bureaucracy slumbered for long years, blind to the rot deepening within one of its forgotten holdings. The Departamento Munitorum delegation's unscheduled arrival ignited panic within Taros's venal ruling clique. Though equally corrupt, Governor Aulis counselled a gamble on deception: pretend ignorance, conceal any trace of illicit trade, and fulfill quotas. He clung to the hope that these bureaucrats were predictable, mere cogs within the Imperium's ponderous machinery. Their inspection would pass, and profits could continue to flow undisturbed. However, Aulis failed to comprehend the ruthless scrutiny of individuals like Auditor Prime Dree. Fissures in their meticulous cover story quickly surfaced under Dree's audit. Panic rose amongst the conspirators, and the mercantile interests were particularly volatile. Some favoured silencing the delegation permanently, pinning the blame on Tao's aggression. Though brutal, fear painted it as a necessity. Yet Aulis, clinging to a shred of reason, forbade such desperate measures. The Imperium's retribution for harming its envoys would eclipse any immediate benefit. So, their strategy remained deception, discredit Dree's report, and bide their time. Unbeknownst to them, far beyond Taros, celestial upheavals in the Denab system held the keys to their undoing. These distant cosmic shifts revealed chains of trade previously invisible to the Administratum. Each link eventually exposed the betrayal growing cancerous on Taros. While these men plotted and schemed, events rose to expose their avarice and the Imperium's decaying grasp on its distant holdings. Auditor Prime Dree's report vanished into the Imperium's administrative labyrinth depths. Within that sprawling behemoth, decisions unfolded at a glacial pace. Dree, an ambitious bureaucrat, could only watch as distant forces deliberated upon the fate of Taros. Yet his findings had struck a discordant note. This wasn't merely negligence, but sedition, the cancer of Xenos collaboration creeping within the Imperium's body. It was a revelation too dangerous to ignore. Finally, his report landed before the master of the Departamento Munitorum, an office more accustomed to tallying stockpiles than treason. This discovery threatened the very foundations of the Pax Imperialis. Thus, Dree was summoned, a minor functionary caught in machinations far beyond his purview. The hearing's conclusions were swift. Governor Aulis must be replaced with a staunch loyalist. But Taros was more than just a rogue administrator. Its proximity to the Tau marked it as a battleground. Mere assassination wouldn't suffice. The Imperium had grown complacent, and here the Xenos sensed weakness. An unmistakable message was needed. Initial consideration lay with the Officio Assassinorum, a hidden blade to eliminate the corruption. Yet they realized that Taros wasn't simply about one traitor's downfall, but a test of the Imperium's will. The bureaucratic machine shifted uneasily, the solution not in shadows, but in the blinding theatrical application of imperial might. Here was an excuse not merely to purge, but to project power, to remind the Tau what defiance invited. It would be a coup d'etat, a lightning strike to topple the local traitors and send a chilling message across the galactic divide. Their weapon wouldn't be some cloaked killer, but an embodiment of imperial fury, the Adeptus Astartes. From the Damocles Gulf Crusade, the Tau knew the dread they inspired. In this, the bureaucracy found a twisted ambition. An urgent delegation bore the master of the Administratum's seal, supplicating the avenging sons for their righteous wrath. Thus, the fate of Taros would rest in the hands of the Emperor's angels, a conflict ignited not by grand strategy, but by a corrupt governor's greed and the bureaucratic need to assert dominance. As the inevitable conflict approached, the hallowed halls of the chapter monastery of the Avenging Sun resonated with the meticulous preparations for war. Within these sacred walls, the air was thick with the solemnity of impending battle, palpable in every ritual and prayer. The company chaplain, a venerable figure of spiritual might, moved with deliberate grace among the ranks of Space Marines, anointing their bolt guns and power armor with sacred oils. Each blessing reaffirmed their holy purpose, a sanctification of their weapons and very souls. The chapter's venerable warriors, brothers Hakael and Kaim, slumbered within the ironclad sarcophagi of their dreadnoughts, preserved from death by the marvels of technology and the art of the Tech Marines. As the Tech Marines worked, their skilled hands guided by centuries of lore and faith, they performed meticulous checks on the dreadnought systems. The machinery's hum and the monitor's soft glow filled the chamber as each system was activated and declared fully operational. These were not just checks of functionality, but rites of awakening, calling the ancient warriors from their enforced slumber to fight again for the Imperium. Over 24 hours, the Second Company, known for its valor and combat prowess, gathered its forces. They were joined by a squad from the veteran First Company, Space Marines of exceptional skill and experience, their presence a bolstering force for their brethren. Alongside them, scouts from the 10th Company, the youngest and most agile of the chapter's warriors, readied themselves. Though less seasoned, these scouts were eager to prove their worth and learn from the revered veterans of their chapter. The monastery, typically a place of quiet contemplation and relentless training, transformed into a hive of activity. Armories clanged with the sound of weapons being readied. The forges burned bright into the night as Tech Marines and artificers prepared the war gear. Each Space Marine, from the most decorated veteran to the newest scout, knew the weight of what lay ahead. They were the Emperor's chosen holy warriors, tasked with preserving humanity across the stars. Thus, with their gear blessed, their heroes awakened, and their ranks fully assembled, the chapter was ready to deploy. The order to depart would soon be given, and they would march forth with the solemn pride and deadly purpose that only the Adeptus Astartes could muster. This was the ritual of war, as ancient as the chapter itself, repeated across the millennia wherever the enemies of mankind dared to tread. As the conflict over the planet's capital, Tarakeen, escalated, Captain Armaros's strategic calculus exemplified the Imperium's merciless approach to warfare, especially when dealing with insurrection and external threats. The second phase of the operation required not just ground tactics, but also the integral support of the strike cruiser Proxima Justus, stationed in low orbit. The cruiser, equipped with advanced surveillance and sensor apparatus, was poised to play a critical role in monitoring enemy movements and, if necessary, executing devastating orbital bombardments. This show of overwhelming force was deliberate. The Imperium's willingness to utterly flatten Tarakeen was intended as a stark warning to the Tau forces, emphasizing the lengths to which the Imperium would go to quash its enemies and maintain dominion. Moreover, this ruthless strategy was also aimed at the local population, by making the inhabitants of Tarakeen feel the total weight of suffering for the alleged crimes of their planetary governor, Lord Aulis. It was hoped that they would be compelled to betray him, revealing his location to the Imperial forces. This tactic, brutal though it might be, was rooted in a cold, calculated logic that sought to break the populace's spirit and resistance. Captain Armaros, a figure molded by decades of rigorous indoctrination and hypnotic suggestion, was unfazed by the ethical quandaries such tactics might raise. To him, the mission's success and his duty to the Emperor eclipsed all other considerations. In his view, there were no innocents on Taros, only the mission and the will of the Imperium. The tactical focus of the operation was the planetary governor's palace, not merely a single structure, but a sprawling complex of various government edifices. However, the primary target within this complex was Aulis's private residence. To achieve both speed and surprise, Armaros planned a high-risk drop pod assault directly into the heart of the enemy stronghold. This would be the linchpin of their assault strategy, designed to sow confusion and disarray among the defenders. To execute this plan, the entire 2nd Company's manpower was mobilized, along with the elite Terminator veterans of the 1st Company, known for their teleporting capabilities, which allowed them to enter the battlefield at critical points. The operation was meticulously organized, with 4 out of the 6 tactical squads of the 2nd Company assigned specific roles and objectives within this more significant assault. Each squad's role was carefully chosen to exploit their particular strengths, ensuring that every operation phase was covered, from initial breach to final assault. This operation phase was a military maneuver and a calculated act of psychological warfare designed to demonstrate the Imperium's absolute resolve and its readiness to exert devastating force to maintain control. In the Veil of Night, the Space Marines' strategy to seize the planetary governor's palace on Tarakeen was set into motion with precision and silent resolve. Under this cloak of darkness, several squads were tasked with a critical operation component, establishing blocking positions to form a series of roadblocks. The strategy was twofold. It was not mere physical barriers, but strategic points, carefully chosen to control the flow of enemy movements, thereby preventing any quick reinforcement from bolstering the palace's defenses. Veteran Sergeant Einem of the 1st Squad was appointed to oversee this crucial aspect of the mission. He was empowered to maneuver his squads dynamically, reinforcing positions as the situation on the ground evolved. If any of his held locations came under heavy attack, Sergeant Einem would allocate forces judiciously, ensuring no breach occurred in their perimeter. Captain Armoros, in his briefing with Sergeant Einem, underscored the intent behind their operation: a rapid, decisive strike designed to incapacitate the enemy before they could mount a significant response. The captain planned to keep the operation so swift and the movement so fluid that the enemy would scarcely have time to react, much less organize a counterattack. As the blocking squads laid the groundwork, the operation's next phase was set to commence. The battle company's 2 assault squads and the remaining 2 tactical squads were poised for a direct assault on the complex. Their entry into the battlefield was timed to follow the initial impact of a Deathstorm drop pod. This brutal harbinger would crash into the target area first, releasing a devastating barrage of missiles. This lethal onslaught was designed to sow chaos and destruction indiscriminately, softening the enemy defenses immediately before the main forces landed. By isolating the target with precision and unleashing overwhelming force where it was most needed, they aimed to cripple the enemy's ability to defend effectively, ensuring the success of their swift strike mission. This approach was about achieving tactical superiority and instilling a sense of inevitability among the enemy forces, the feeling that resistance was futile and utterly disastrous. The 1st Company's Terminators were designated the ultimate enforcers of the Emperor's justice. Captain Armoros, orchestrating the operation with precision, had prepared for the moment when the whereabouts of the planetary governor within the palace complex would be confirmed. Armoros would activate his teleport Homer at that critical juncture, a device designed to bring the waiting Terminators directly into the fray. These Terminators, elite veterans encased in near impenetrable armor, would materialize at the specified location via teleportation. This technology allowed for instant strategic deployment. Upon their sudden arrival, they would unleash their formidable close-range firepower, a devastating arsenal meant to eliminate the target swiftly. The effectiveness of these warriors in such scenarios was unmatched, their appearance on the battlefield often turning the tide of battle decisively. Once the Terminators confirmed the elimination of the planetary governor, the code word "Justice" would echo through the comms of all Imperial forces involved. This signal would initiate the operation's next critical phase, the evacuation. This transition was vital, marking the shift from assault to extraction, ensuring that the forces could withdraw with minimal risk after accomplishing their mission. However, contingencies were in place for less ideal outcomes. Should the code word "Justice" not be transmitted within an hour, or if the override "malevolent" were broadcast, it would indicate that the target was either not present or had managed to escape. In such cases, all squads would immediately transition to Phase 2 of the operation: search and destroy. This phase was designed to be expansive and thorough, converting the mission's focus from a targeted strike to a broader engagement strategy to locate and neutralize the fugitive governor. A strategically composed reserve force supported the primary assault and subsequent phases. This group, consisting of Devastator squads known for their heavy firepower, the 2 dreadnoughts bringing unmatched strength and resilience, and a scout squad for rapid response and intelligence gathering, was tasked with a dual mission. Initially, they were to cover the company's withdrawal, provide suppressive fire, and deal with any threats that pursued the main forces. Following this, they would establish and maintain a secure perimeter around the planetary governor's palace. This fortified ring would ensure that the evacuation, carried out by Thunderhawk gunships, massive aircraft adept at rapid insertion and extraction under fire, was conducted smoothly and without external interference. In the tense moments preceding the assault on Planetary Governor Aulus's residence, the inner courtyard, usually a place of serene governance, transformed abruptly into the stage of a dramatic military onslaught. From this vantage, the sky, typically a canvas of tranquility, was scarred by fiery streaks as drop pods penetrated the atmosphere. These pods, resembling furious comets, heralded the onset of devastation. As the pods tore through the heavens, the distant hum of their engines swelled into an omnipresent roar, the sound of mechanical fury and rushing winds escalating until the air was filled with the hissing roar of retro jets. These jets, igniting in full burn, dramatically slowed the pod's descent moments before impact. The arrival of these metallic behemoths was marked by a ground-shaking thud, a visceral announcement of the Imperium's might. With the thud shattering windows and sending shockwaves through the courtyard, plumes of thick dust mushroomed into the air, obscuring the immediate aftermath. As the dust settled, the ominous form of the Deathstorm drop pod emerged, stark against the chaos of the disrupted courtyard. This pod, engineered for maximum destruction, sat upright amidst the ruins, its locking bolts disengaging with mechanical precision. Once secured, the armored sections unfolded, revealing the pod's lethal cargo. Onlookers, caught between awe and fear, could only watch as the courtyard transformed into a veritable killing ground. The Deathstorm's payload, a barrage of missiles launched in a relentless salvo, indiscriminately seeking targets. Missiles streaked across the courtyard, each impact a symphony of destruction. Masonry pulverized, landscapes altered, an area once defined by political power now reduced to rubble and flames. The bombardment, though brief, was intensely cataclysmic, each explosion contributing to the hellish tableau. The courtyard, meant for peace and order, became a crucible of shrapnel and fire. The first wave of assault at the planetary governor's palace was but a prelude to a more intensified battle phase. As the initial barrage from the Deathstorm drop pod ceased, the silence that momentarily hung over the battlefield was shattered by the fiery contrails of a second wave of drop pods piercing the sky. Retro engines' roar filled the air again, heralding another series of jarring impacts as these pods hit the ground, their doors bursting open to unleash the Emperor's wrath in the form of Space Marines. These power-armored giants emerged amidst the swirling dust, smoke and flames, moving with lethal precision and purpose. As these Marines advanced, the scene at the palace transformed from stunned silence to a cacophony of war. The defenders, already reeling from the initial missile attack, found themselves under a relentless and overpowering assault. The courtyard, marred by the debris of war, was strewn with the bodies of those caught in the open, thrown through the air by the force of the explosions, their lives extinguished in an instant. As the defenders' resistance began to falter, Captain Armoros, commanding the operation, coordinated his forces with tactical precision through his helmet's comlink. Ahead of him, assault squads charged towards the target building. Bolt pistols were drawn, chainswords revved in anticipation, and frag grenades were clutched tightly as they prepared to breach the entrance. The air was punctuated by the distinctive bark of bolt gunfire and the thunderous explosions of shells meeting their targets. At the same time, the defenders' lasguns spat futile bursts of light. The guards who dared stand their ground at the palace entrance were swiftly overrun. The Avenging Sons assault squads, living up to their name, cut through the defenders mercilessly, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of carnage. Melter charges, deployed with clinical precision, obliterated the armored doors of the palace. Through the smoke and rubble of the blasted entrance, the assault squads leapt forward, an unstoppable force driven by divine fury. The ferocity and the shock of the Space Marines' initial onslaught left no will to resist among those inside. Witnessing the devastating efficacy of the attack and the fate met by their comrades at the gates, the remaining defenders were gripped by fear. Rather than face the Emperor's angels of death, they fled, abandoning their posts and duty, overwhelmed by the might and terror of the Imperial assault. Captain Armaros and his squads methodically and ruthlessly advanced room by room. Each section was methodically cleared with a combination of frag grenades and precise bursts from bolt pistols. Those defenders who were too slow to flee were swiftly cut down by the Space Marines, who showed no hesitation or mercy in executing their mission. Eventually, the relentless advance led the lead squads to an inner council chamber. In this last bastion, a group of officials and their guards had sought sanctuary, a desperate, final stand. The guards, driven more by a primal instinct for survival than any realistic hope of victory, opened fire. Their efforts were futile, but frenetic, as they attempted to deny the Space Marines entry into the chamber. Given that the rest of the building had been thoroughly swept and cleared, Captain Armaros surmised that Planetary Governor Aulis must be among those barricaded inside. Captain Armaros made a decisive move from just outside the chamber, activating his teleport homer. The signal pierced through the chaos of battle, reaching the orbiting strike cruiser Proxima Eustace. Aboard the vessel, in the sanctum of its teleport chamber, 5 heavily armored Terminators prepared to join the fray. Each Terminator was a bastion of Imperial might, equipped with formidable weaponry. Stormbolters and Power Fists were the standard, save for one armed with an assault cannon and veteran Sergeant Forus, who wielded a chain fist, capable of tearing through virtually any form of cover the defenders might employ. As the teleportation sequence initiated, the chamber aboard the Proxima became a scene of intense activity and sacred ritual. Tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus busied themselves with final adjustments to the ancient machinery, their movements precise, their incantations fervent. They prayed to the machine's spirit, beseeching it to function without falter. Lightning crackled and energy arced through the chamber, manifesting the raw power of the teleportation technology. The air throbbed with the titanic energies being summoned, the atmosphere charged with the imminent deployment of these elite warriors. Their prayers were not in vain. The teleporter functioned flawlessly, translating the Terminators from the secure confines of the Proxima Justus to the heart of the conflict within the governor's residence. This sudden insertion of the Terminators is capable of piercing through any resistance with technological marvels and brute force. As the night enveloped the city, a sinister form cut through the darkness. The dark, swept-wing silhouette of a Tau Empire Manta swooping menacingly over the city's rooftops. Below, the Avenging Sons, battle brothers positioned strategically throughout the town, sensed the escalation about to unfold. They aimed at the street, their anticipation short-lived as the full might of the Tau Empire soon descended upon them with relentless ferocity. From the perspective of a thunderhawk soaring above, the tactical tableau was clear. Tau forces were rapidly assembling, for a formidable assault on the planetary governor's palace. Captain Amaros, despite his strategic acumen, found himself unexpectedly outpaced by the events unfolding. The presence of well-equipped Tau forces was a stark surprise. No Xenos ships had been detected in the system before this moment. The sudden appearance of the Manta over the city under the cover of darkness marked the first ominous indication of the Tau Empire's stealthy infiltration of Taros. What followed was a rapid escalation of hostilities. Tau hammerhead gunships, crisis battlesuits, and devilfish transports carrying fire warriors converged on the city. They were part of a complete hunter cadre, a formidable Tau formation, advancing with lethal intent towards blocking position 3, where the Space Marines were entrenched. At the blocking position, the confrontation reached a fever pitch. The street became a chaotic crossfire of bolt gun blasts and pulse rifle shots. Smoky contrails from weapons fire obscured visibility, adding a layer of confusion and urgency to the battle. Amidst this maelstrom, the Space Marine's missile launcher unleashed its fury, sending missiles screaming up the street towards an advancing hammerhead. The impact was spectacular, a brilliant explosion that buckled and scorched the armor of the grav tank. However, the Tau vehicle was undeterred. Its response was swift and devastating. With precise and powerful shots from its railgun, it tore through the urban landscape, pulverizing buildings and sending masonry crashing down, altering the battlefield on which the Space Marines fought. The initial exchange of fire favored the Tau, their overwhelming numbers and heavy support quickly gaining ground against the avenging Suns. Despite the odds stacked against them, the Space Marines stood resolute, their bolters roaring defiantly as they unleashed round after round upon the advancing Tau forces. Recognizing the situation's urgency, Sergeant Einem swiftly ordered the nearest squad at blocking position 2 to reinforce their embattled comrades at position 3. As the tactical squad raced through the streets of Tarakeen, the situation at position 3 grew increasingly dire. The Tau, buoyed by their superior firepower and numerical advantage, pressed forward relentlessly. Fire warriors, agile and deadly, darted from cover to cover under the protective shield of battlesuits and the hammerhead tank, their coordinated assault proving to be a formidable challenge for the Space Marines. The clash was brutal and unforgiving. Battle Brothers fell under the withering hail of enemy fire, their valiant resistance exacting a heavy toll upon the Tau, but unable to stem the tide of the advancing hunter cadre. Among the fallen was Sergeant Andura, his life extinguished by the impact of a railgun round, his body left half-buried beneath the rubble of Tarakeen's shattered streets. The arrival of Tactical Squad 2 offered little respite. Despite their best efforts, the Space Marines found themselves outmatched by the sheer firepower and tactical acumen of the Tau forces. With their devastating armaments and agile maneuverability, the crisis battlesuits led the final assault, driving the avenging Suns into the battered remnants of the city's buildings. Recognizing the futility of continued engagement, the surviving Squad 2 and 3 members received orders to disengage and fall back to the relative safety of the planetary governor's palace. Meanwhile, the remaining tactical squads at positions 1 and 4 were also recalled as Captain Amaros consolidated his forces to mount a staunch defense at the palace. The skirmish's toll was grim. 10 battle brothers lay lifeless, while 6 more bore the scars of battle, their wounds a witness to the ferocity of the engagement. As the Tau breached the cordon and pressed onward towards their objective, the governor's palace, the avenging Suns braced themselves for the next phase of the conflict, a desperate struggle to hold the line against an enemy determined to claim victory at any cost. As darkness fell its cloak over the battlefield, the Space Marine commander stood amidst the remnants of his once formidable force, his gaze piercing the gathering darkness. With a heavy heart, he surveyed the grim reality before him. A mere 40 battle-hardened brethren and 1 mighty dreadnought, standing resolute amidst the chaos of war. Recognizing the dire need for extraction, the commander swiftly devised a plan. 2 Thunderhawk gunships, their engines humming with anticipation, awaited their crucial task of ferrying the surviving warriors to safety. Meanwhile, the remaining gunships circled overhead, their guns poised to unleash a barrage of suppressing fire, shielding their comrades from enemy onslaught. With resolve burning bright, the Space Marines embarked upon their perilous journey. Amidst the din of battle and the shroud of night, they boarded the awaiting Thunderhawks, their spirits undaunted despite the odds stacked against them. The loss at Taros was a bitter pill for the Avenging Sons, resonating deeply within the very soul of their chapter. Within the stoic halls of their fortress monastery, the Battle Brothers grieved for those who had fallen in service to the Emperor. Each toll of the great bell marked a somber tribute to a fallen brother, echoing through the vast, solemn corridors, reminding all of the weight of sacrifice. The death of dreadnought Brother Chaim, a revered hero encased in the sarcophagus of his war machine, was particularly poignant, casting a shadow of mourning across the entire chapter. The events on Taros, where the intervention force met unexpected defeat and the presence of Tau forces was confirmed, marked a significant challenge not only to the Avenging Sons, but also to the strategic perspectives of Imperial officials. The Administratum, initially perceiving the conflict as a minor skirmish, was forced to reassess the gravity of the situation on Taros. It recognized that the Tau had effectively laid claim to one of the Emperor's worlds, a stark indication of their growing threat. The news of the defeat and the escape of the planetary governor under Tau protection compounded the sense of failure. The last Thunderhawk gunship racing skywards with Captain Armoros and his forces was a retreat and a symbol of an unfulfilled mission. Captain Armoros, charged with the capture or elimination of the rebellious governor, was forced to evacuate, leaving the objective unachieved and the enemy emboldened. The Imperium declared Taros as Ex Imperius Rebellis, marking it as a system tainted by defiance and treachery. The once sacred Pax Imperialis, the foundation of imperial order and prosperity, lay shattered at the feet of planetary governor Aulis. His brazen acts of rebellion branded him a criminal and a traitor to the sanctity of imperial rule. With the weight of imperial authority behind it, the master of the Administratum issued a solemn decree, a clarion call to arms known as the Taronian Declaration. In this document, the crimes of the planetary governor, numbering over 100 and punishable by the ultimate sanction of death, were laid bare for all to see. This edict, bearing the imprimatur of imperial justice, signaled the dawn of a new phase in the struggle for Taros. No longer would the Imperium tolerate the audacity of those who sought to defy its divine mandate. No longer would Taros remain under the shadow of rebellion and heresy. The Declaration heralded the onset of a grand campaign, a concerted effort to reclaim Taros from the clutches of traitors and Xenos alike. The planned response was an all-encompassing imperial crusade involving multiple arms of the Imperium's vast military apparatus. This would include the Adeptus Astartes and elements of the Imperial Guard, the Adeptus Mechanicus, and other specialized forces. The aim was precise: to muster a formidable coalition capable of repelling the Tau aggression and restoring Imperial control over Taros. With this decision, the gears of the Imperial war machine began to turn with renewed purpose. The retaking of Taros was set into motion, marking the beginning of a more extensive campaign that would test the resolve and resources of the Imperium. Only the Emperor's justice would prevail. Lord High Commander Otto Ivan Gustavus, a figure esteemed for his extensive and illustrious service within the Imperial Guard, had ascended to the zenith of the Imperium's military hierarchy through years of dedicated service. His tenure was marked by a reputation for tactical brilliance and unwavering fealty to the Emperor. qualities that now placed him at the helm of a pivotal campaign. Upon assuming command of the operation aimed at reclaiming Taros, Gustavus wasted no time in assembling his command staff, recognizing the paramount importance of a competent strategic team in orchestrating the invasion. Aware of the multifaceted challenges ahead, he posed two fundamental questions to his newly convened Council of Advisors. The first inquiry delved into the logistical readiness and morale of the assembled forces, seeking to ascertain when they would be sufficiently prepared to launch the invasion. Gustavus understood that success hinged not only on the might of arms, but also on the steadfast resolve of the troops. The second question pertained to the tactical intricacies of the operation. Where precisely should the brunt of the assault be directed to dislodge the entrenched Tau forces from their stronghold on Taros? Gustavus understood the gravity of this decision, knowing that the fate of the campaign rested upon the strategic clarity and precision of their chosen course of action. Gustavus's directives were unambiguous. The retaking of Taros, an emperor's world, from the clutches of the Xenos Tau was to be executed with utmost speed and efficiency. His leadership style, marked by decisiveness and a keen, strategic mind, aimed to ensure that the campaign would be swift and decisively effective. His approach reflected a broader strategic imperative of the Imperium: to reclaim lost territories swiftly and assert the Emperor's dominion unequivocally across the stars. This moment was a test of military might, and the Imperium's resolve to act promptly against any threat to its sovereignty. The formation of the 4021st Imperial Guard Army took precedence in the assembly of an Imperial Guard force for the Taros invasion. This formidable entity fell under the seasoned stewardship of Lord Marshal de Stael, bestowed with the esteemed title of Chief of Arms. Entrusted with supreme command, de Stael assumed responsibility for all Imperial Guard ground forces deployed on Taros. Within this hierarchical framework, every general and colonel from the diverse Imperial Guard regiments comprising the army directly answered to him and his command staff. The deeds of Lord High Commander Gustavus and his close confidant de Stael remain etched in history as scholars of military strategy. Their mission was clear, yet daunting: to achieve a decisive victory. The burden they shouldered was immense. The Imperial Guard faced demands that tested the limits of its capacity. Gustavus and de Stael were all too aware that their vast resources were not infinite. They found themselves in a dance of strategizing, their minds weaving through the military and logistical challenges. Initially, the encounter between de Stael and Gustavus was marked by a request steeped in the gravity of their task: 21 regiments, a testament to the resistance they expected to face on Taros. However, ever mindful of the operation's ambitious timeline, Gustavus found the number unfeasible. This prompted a crucial recalibration by de Stael, who then adjusted his expectations downward to align more closely with the strategic realities. The revised request for 12 regiments was de Stael's attempt to strike a balance, a compromise that he hoped would satisfy the logistical constraints while still ensuring a robust force to achieve their objectives. Gustavus, recognizing the pragmatism in this adjustment, brought the matter before the Departamento Munitorum, the bureaucratic spine of our military might, responsible for the judicious allocation of forces across the galaxy's sprawling battlefronts. Yet, even this reduced number proved too great a strain on the resources presently engaged across various theaters of war. The Munitorum, tasked with the unenviable job of rationing war potential, determined that only 10 regiments could be spared for the Taros operation. Thus, the stage was set for the Taros invasion, with both commanders having to adapt to a level of support that was less than initially deemed necessary, but was all that the Imperium could afford to commit to. Gustavus was entwined in strenuous negotiations with the Departamento Munitorum. Initially, the allocated resources were far from what was necessary for success. However, the dynamics shifted dramatically with the intervention of the High Magos Volta. Volta's commitment to deploy a Titan Legion was a decisive factor. Revered across the galaxy for their extraordinary firepower and battle-turning capabilities, Titans gave Gustavus the reassurance needed to green-light the invasion. This pivotal support transformed the strategic outlook of the operation, compensating for the lesser number of troops with sheer firepower and technological superiority. With the assurance of Titan support, Gustavus confirmed the composition of the army to de style, settling on 10 regiments. Each regiment was meticulously chosen to maximize operational efficiency within the logistical and bureaucratic constraints of such vast deployments. The first regiment of which would be the Talon Desert Riders. Talon, while renowned for its formidable desert regiments, is a single world with finite resources and a limited population. The bulk of its existing regiments were already engaged across various war zones, leaving little room for rapid force expansion without overextending the planet's capabilities. The planetary tithes, a stipulated levy of resources and manpower owed to the Imperium, could not sustain the sudden formation of 10 new regiments without risking severe depletion of Talon's defenses. Despite these constraints, the situation's urgency on Taros necessitated immediate action. Thus, it was decided that a single new regiment would be raised from Talon, the 331st. This regiment would be quickly assembled, equipped, and dispatched to Taros to face its inaugural combat experience. However, the 331st would not stand alone in this endeavor. In addition to the newly formed unit, 3 other Talon regiments, already seasoned through recent engagements, were identified for reassignment to Taros. Although experienced, these regiments were not without their needs. Each required replenishments of both men and materiel due to the wear and tear of continuous combat. The logistical efforts to prepare these units for another deployment were set into motion immediately, a testament to the adaptability and resilience of Talon's military infrastructure. Further bolstering the Talon contribution was the 3rd Armored Regiment, stationed on garrison duty at Ballet Prime. If a suitable replacement force could be secured to take over its garrison responsibilities, this seasoned armored regiment would also join the ranks destined for Taros. The addition of the 3rd Armored would significantly enhance the tactical capabilities of the invasion force, bringing much-needed heavy armor and firepower to the operation. Talon's contribution to the Taros invasion would be substantial. Half of the Imperial Guard regiments allocated to the new Guard army would hail from this desert world. This strategic decision leveraged Talon's storied military tradition of desert warfare. The formation of the army fighting from Talon's regiments was a move that blended necessity with strategic foresight. It marshaled a potent mix of recruits and battle-hardened veterans to retake Taros in what promised to be a challenging campaign. In addressing the strategic challenges posed by the highly mobile and technologically adept Tau forces, including a drop troop regiment within the army, was deemed essential. While these troops were typically lightly equipped to facilitate airborne operations, their agility and rapid deployment capabilities were critical in countering the Tau's swift maneuver warfare. Lord Marshal de Staël understood that by leveraging the vertical dimension of combat, he could potentially match the Tau's mobility on a strategic level, thereby neutralizing one of their key advantages. Lord Marshal de Staël specifically requested the addition of the Serenian assault engineers to the army's ranks. Renowned throughout the segmentum for their prowess in close-quarters combat and breaching operations, the Serenians were considered some of the most versatile and practical troops available. Their training included assaulting fortified positions, clearing minefields, and breaking through enemy defense lines, skills that would be indispensable in the urban warfare scenarios expected on Taros. Though the Serenians were few, their impact was envisioned on a scale far beyond their size. Rather than operating as a single regiment, the plan was to distribute these engineers across the army, integrating them into other units. Before the invasion commenced, they would be subdivided into platoons and companies strategically attached to all other regiments. This integration strategy ensured that every unit had immediate access to specialized assault capabilities when the anticipated intense street fighting began in Tarakeen. This tactical distribution underscored a broader strategic foresight. By embedding the Serenian assault engineers throughout the army, de Stijl was effectively embedding a layer of specialized warfare capability within the standard operational units. As the urban battlefields of Taros would demand more than just conventional tactics, these engineers were prepared to provide the necessary edge to breach, clear, and seize fortified Tau positions. As the High Command staff convened to build upon the groundwork laid in the previous year, the planning for the invasion of Taros entered a critical phase. The demands of the Imperial Guard regimental commanders, alongside those of Lord Marshal de Stijl, crystallized into three pivotal objectives determining the entire operation's success. The first, and perhaps most urgent objective, was the rapid capture of an operational spaceport. The importance of this goal could not be overstated, as control of a significant spaceport would facilitate the continuous flow of supplies and reinforcements necessary once the forces were engaged on the ground. The plan was structured such that if the spaceport were not seized in the initial assault, it would be captured in the ensuing ground operations over the following days. Secondly, the invasion strategy called for simultaneously deploying at least 3 Imperial Guard regiments. This approach was designed to ensure that the force would be sufficiently large to overwhelm any but the most fortified enemy positions. The Imperium aimed to establish a robust bridgehead between orbit and the planet's surface by deploying multiple regiments simultaneously. This bridgehead was crucial. It needed to be strong enough to serve as a primary lodgement area and withstand any immediate Tau counterattacks. The strategic importance of securing such a foothold was evident. Without it, the Imperial invasion risked collapsing under the pressure of early retaliatory strikes. The third pivotal issue faced by the Imperial forces was the management of water resources on Taros. As a desert world, water was a necessary and valuable commodity for sustaining prolonged military engagement. The planet's water supply was maintained through a network of hydro plants and recycling facilities, and securing these sources was essential. Without a reliable supply of water, the effectiveness of the ground forces would be severely compromised, hindering their operational capabilities significantly. These strategic considerations greatly influenced the planning process for the invasion of Taros. The city of Tarakeen, which housed the planet's sole spaceport, became a focal point of the invasion plans. Capturing Tarakeen's industry and administration was imperative for a successful campaign. Control over Tarakeen meant a tactical advantage and securing the flow of mineral resources. However, the feasibility of a direct assault posed significant challenges. The city, aware of its critical role and value, was heavily fortified. It was nestled within the Iracunda Isthmus, representing the planet's most heavily defended terrain. A direct military assault under the formidable city defenses was predicted to lead to severe losses. The presence of concentrated enemy forces waiting on the ground and robust orbital defenses poised to strike from above made such an approach perilously risky. Given these assessments, the idea of a direct assault on Tarakeen was ultimately deemed too hazardous to pursue. The potential cost in lives and material was too great, and the strategic disadvantages of engaging the enemy under such conditions could potentially jeopardize the entire invasion effort. This led to reconsidering alternative strategies to mitigate these risks while still achieving the critical goal of seizing control over Tarakeen and its vital resources. The strategic positioning of the landing zone was a critical component of Taros's invasion plan. This location needed to be sufficiently close to the ultimate objective to maintain short supply lines, yet distant enough to mitigate the risk of intense enemy resistance. The logistical challenge of orchestrating a landing on the far side of the planet and subsequently transporting troops, artillery and supplies across its surface was daunting and, practically speaking, unfeasible. With the invasion fleet poised in orbit, maximizing proximity to the final objective without precipitating premature engagement became a delicate balance to strike. Once sufficient forces were securely on the ground, securing the spaceport was prioritized. However, in the interim, an entire engineer corps was assigned the formidable task of constructing a makeshift landing site. This site would facilitate the steady flow of supplies and reinforcements necessary to sustain the invasion effort. However, the initial phase of the attack faced significant constraints due to the limited number of dropships and assault transports available. Fleet Admiral Koto coordinated the Imperial Navy fleet's role in the invasion. This role included sourcing the necessary landing crafts. The scarcity of available vessels meant that landing all 3 regiments simultaneously was an ambitious, perhaps unrealistic, goal. Despite this limitation, Lord High Commander Gustavus evaluated the situation differently from his advisors. While 3 regiments would afford the tactical flexibility to strike multiple locations concurrently, Gustavus favored a more concentrated approach. De Style, advocating for dispersing the forces to exploit multiple targets and thereby complicate the enemy's defensive strategy, was overruled by Gustavus. In Gustavus's view, splitting their forces would relinquish their most significant advantage as attackers, the ability to mass overwhelming force at a single engagement point. Even if the defenders of Taros and their Tau allies anticipated such an attack, they would still be compelled to defend every potential landing zone. This strategic spread would inevitably thin their lines, diluting their defensive strength across multiple fronts. Gustavus's strategy was predicated on the principle of concentration of force. By focusing their military might on a single, well-chosen point of attack, the Imperial forces could achieve a decisive breakthrough, leveraging their superior numbers and firepower to full effect. This approach not only maximized the impact of their initial assault, but also aimed to secure a foothold from which they could expand their control swiftly and efficiently, turning the tactical tide in their favor from the outset. Fleet Admiral Koto, a seasoned veteran of naval command, helmed this formidable armada. The unfurling banners atop the towering masts of the Overlord-class battlecruiser, the Righteous Power, symbolized his authority. As the grand procession of vessels gathered, the Taros invasion fleet began to take shape, its presence casting a looming shadow across the void of space. 6 mighty ships of the line, flanked by escort squadrons bristling with firepower, formed the vanguard of the armada. Meanwhile, the cavernous holds of the troop transports below teemed with the lifeblood of the Imperium. The valiant Imperial Guardsmen, resolute artillery pieces, formidable vehicles, and the indomitable tanks of war. Alongside these instruments of destruction lay the indispensable sustenance of conflict, vast stockpiles of fuel, provisions, ammunition, and above all, the precious reservoirs of water, the lifeblood of any military campaign in the arid desert. Over 3 meticulously orchestrated days, the disparate elements of the fleet converged from corners of the segmentum, each vessel threading its path through the labyrinthine tendrils of the warp to join the collective might of the invasion armada. With practiced precision, they fell into formation, aligning themselves in a formidable line astern, a manifestation of Imperial strength poised to unleash its fury upon Taros. Each Imperial Guard regiment's deployment unfolded according to a carefully orchestrated timetable, ensuring all units converged at the designated rendezvous point with flawless synchronicity. As the fleet assembled, the first wave of troops stood poised upon their assigned transports, their ranks brimming with anticipation for the impending conflict. Amidst the bustling preparation activity, the Legio Ignatum Titan battle group remained notably absent, its mighty war machines yet to join the swelling ranks of the invasion armada. Nevertheless, the campaign imperatives brooked no delay, and the fleet could ill afford to tarry for the arrival of tardy reinforcements. At the forefront of the assembled armada lay 2 colossal vessels, Titans of the Void: the majestic battlecruiser, Righteous Power, and the venerable Raptor's chapter battle barge, War Talon. Like towering colossi, they formed the vanguard of the impending onslaught, their imposing silhouettes casting long shadows across the expanse of space. With resolute determination, they awaited the clarion call to plunge headlong into the crucible of battle, their formidable armaments primed to unleash devastation upon the defenders of Taros. Behind these behemoths of war, the remaining cruisers of the line stood poised to follow suit, their sleek frames bristling with weaponry as they formed a battle group in the wake of their larger brethren. Trailing in their wake, a flotilla of transports, accompanied by an escort of nimble light cruisers and agile frigates, awaited the signal to embark upon their fateful journey into the heart of the conflict. With resolve, Admiral Cotto assumed command of the vast armada poised to spearhead the invasion of Taros, his steely gaze fixed upon the uncertain horizon ahead. Anticipating the prospect of encountering Tau resistance within the Taros system, he meticulously orchestrated the deployment of his fleet, positioning his formidable warships as bulwarks against potential adversaries while ensuring the protection of the more vulnerable transport vessels. As the appointed hour drew nigh, a moment pregnant with the weight of destiny, the resonant echo of an astro-telepathic signal reverberated throughout the bridge of the righteous power, heralding the commencement of the long-awaited invasion. With a symphony of thrusters roaring to life, each vessel within the armada surged forward, their hulls slicing through the void as they embarked upon their fateful voyage towards the embattled world of Taros. At that moment, amidst the vast expanse of the void, the die was cast, and the relentless march of history inexorably unfurled as the Imperium set its course towards the crucible of conflict that awaited them. As the vanguard of the invasion fleet breached the void surrounding Taros, Admiral Cotto stood vigilant upon the bridge of his flagship, the Righteous Power, scanning the star-strewn expanse for any sign of the enemy's looming presence. To his surprise, the space ahead remained eerily devoid of adversary vessels, defying the ominous anticipation of confrontation that had permeated the ranks of his crew. Undeterred by the absence of opposition, Admiral Cotto steered the armada directly towards Taros, guided by the reassuring affirmation from the Space Marines aboard his vessel, whose advanced surveyor augurs scoured the cosmic abyss in search of any lurking threats to the Imperial advance. Yet despite their vigilant scrutiny, no hostile signatures marred the sensors. In the wake of the Vanguard's advance, the formidable cruiser group, comprising vessels such as the Star of Cassiopeia, Black Duke, and Hammer of Thrace, surged forth towards their designated objective, their titanic frames bristling with armaments poised for battle. However, the void remained silent, devoid of the telltale signs of impending conflict. Perplexed by the conspicuous absence of Tau opposition, Admiral Cotto dispatched escort squadrons to scour the surrounding expanse, vigilant for any signs of enemy activity. Yet their diligent efforts yielded naught but the void, prompting speculation among the ranks as to the true intentions of the Tau forces. Amidst this enigmatic calm, Admiral Cotto remained resolute, cautiously advancing towards Taros, mindful of the ever-present spectre of treachery that lurked within the depths of space. The expected confrontation to secure low orbit and facilitate the deployment of invasion forces failed to materialize, shattering the preconceived notions of conflict that had permeated the fleet's commanders' minds. With each passing moment, the absence of any Tau resistance became increasingly apparent, dispelling the looming threat of confrontation in the cold expanse of space. The eerie silence that pervaded the void signaled a startling departure from the anticipated onslaught, leaving the Imperial fleet to advance unimpeded towards its designated objective. The War Talon, flagship of the Raptors chapter, surged forth with determination, its prow cutting through the celestial abyss with purpose. Eager to commence their planetfall operations, the commanders of the war, Talon and its escort flotilla, blazed ahead. Breaching the threshold of low orbit over Taros, anticipation rippled through the ranks, heralding the dawn of the invasion's next phase. Meanwhile, the remainder of the Imperial fleet maintained a cautious distance, poised to lend support once the Space Marines had accomplished their mission and secured a foothold on the embattled world below. For the impending landings on Taros, the Raptors chapter pledged the strength of its 3rd and 6th companies to bolster the invasion force. The strike force stood ready to execute their mission, bolstered by the formidable firepower of the chapter's armored might and the imposing presence of the battle barge. The task entrusted to the Raptors was of paramount significance to the success of the landings. Their objective: to neutralize a planetary defense missile silo, a lone sentinel positioned in a geostationary orbit above the designated landing zone. Codenamed Decima, this operation aimed to eradicate the looming threat posed by the silo, ensuring the safety and unhindered progress of the Imperial invasion fleet as it descended upon the embattled world below. Silo Decima stood as a sentinel of defense amidst a network of similar installations scattered across Taros, erected by the Imperium to ward off potential threats from alien aggressors. Positioned strategically, these silos wielded the power to engage and obliterate vulnerable troop transports orbiting above. The loss of even a single transport could precipitate a catastrophic depletion of manpower. Silo Decima demanded neutralization before the main Imperial Guard assault could proceed unfettered. The designated target area was slated for a relentless barrage unleashed by the War Talon's formidable bombardment cannons, 250 rounds poised to rain down upon the entrenched silo. A dedicated strike force was mandated to ensure no silo retained the capability to unleash its devastating payload upon the invasion fleet. Even with the ferocity of the War Talon's onslaught, there existed no certainty of success in rendering the silos inert. Designed to withstand the most relentless bombardments, these subterranean fortresses posed a formidable challenge, impervious to all but the most concerted efforts. Recognized as the paramount threat to the invasion's integrity, Silo Decima beckoned for the prowess of the Raptors, tasking the stalwart Battle Brothers with its annihilation. As the first Imperial boots to touch the soil of Taros, the 3rd Company, under the seasoned leadership of Captain Aurelius, bore the weight of this critical mission. With the subsequent reinforcement of the 6th Company, they would execute a swift and decisive strike, delivered directly from the orbiting vessels. Strategically crafted as a surgical operation, this assault allowed no room for error or hesitation. Devoid of the support of armored vehicles, the Raptors embarked on their mission with a singular purpose: the annihilation of Silo Decima. Once this objective was achieved, the clarion call signaling "Objective Achieved" would resonate across the void, beckoning the arrival of the chapter's remaining landing craft, laden with reinforcements from the 6th Company and bolstered by heavier armor. Upon touchdown, the Space Marines would stand poised to unleash their fury upon any foe daring to contest the sanctity of the landing zone. Whether launching lightning-fast strikes across the terrain or repelling enemy advances, the Raptors stood ready to uphold the honor and might of the Imperium, ensuring the success of the Taros Campaign from its very inception. Positioned in a geostationary low orbit, the battle barge's formidable armaments lay in wait, primed to unleash devastation upon the designated target area. With precision honed and targets locked, the gun crews stood ready to enact the will of the Imperium as the planet's slow rotation gradually aligned the battlefield with the vessel's line of fire. The success of this initial bombardment held the promise of swift victory, transforming subsequent operations into mere formalities. With a stroke of luck, the destructive might of the War Talon's cannons would prove sufficient to obliterate the missile silos, rendering the need for demolition charges superfluous. Yet the inherent challenge of engaging distant armored targets cast a shadow of doubt over this hopeful outcome, underscoring the daunting nature of the task. 4 Thunderhawks stood poised, their engines humming with restrained power, eager to ferry the vanguard of Space Marines into the heart of the fray. Every detail had been scrutinized, and every system was meticulously inspected to ensure optimal performance. Each warrior, clad in the sacred armor of the Adeptus Astartes, epitomized readiness for battle. Their suits, finely tuned for the harsh desert environs of Taros, boasted near-perfect efficiency in water recycling and heat dissipation. Amidst this fervent activity, the armaments of war were readied with practiced precision. Bolters and heavy weapons underwent rigorous testing on the ship's range, ensuring their reliability in the heat of combat. Additional ammunition, grenades, blades, and the revered bolt pistols were distributed among battle brother ranks, each weapon a testament to the chapter's unyielding resolve. Not content with mere armaments, each tactical squad bore the weight of responsibility, carrying 2 formidable demolition charges. Entrusted with the detonators, squad sergeants bore the solemn duty of ensuring the mission's continuity, even in the face of adversity. In the crucible of war, where valor and sacrifice intertwine, the success of the chapter's sacred duty must endure regardless of the cost. Assembled in solemn ranks, the valiant Raptor's 3rd Company warriors stood resolute, their spirits steeled for the imminent battle ahead. With unwavering resolve, Captain Aurelius, their stalwart leader, delivered a stirring address, rallying his brethren for the righteous crusade ahead. In his commanding voice, Captain Aurelius outlined their sacred duty: to spearhead the assault on Taros, to vanquish the enemies of the Imperium, and to reclaim the Emperor's domain from those who dared defy his divine will. With each word, the fervor of duty burned brighter within the hearts of the battle brothers, their determination unwavering in the face of impending conflict. The captain's orders were clear. Before the main attack, Raptor's scouts would infiltrate the desert, scouting the defenses of the missile silo and observing the orbital bombardment. They were the vanguard, entrusted with gathering intelligence and paving the way for the company's advance. As the weight of their sacred mission settled upon their shoulders, Captain Aurelius instilled in each warrior a solemn vow to uphold the honor of the chapter. They pledged themselves to the Emperor's cause with unwavering loyalty, ready to meet his justice upon those who dared defy his divine light. With his speech concluded, the company bowed their heads in reverence as their chaplain led them in the timeless rituals of pre-battle prayers, invoking the Emperor's blessings upon their endeavor. United in purpose, their spirits fortified by faith, the Raptors rose as one, prepared to embark upon their fateful mission. As the mighty cannons of the War Talon thundered to life, unleashing the fury of imperial justice upon the distant horizon, the Raptors' resolve remained unshaken. With practiced efficiency, they filed into position within their Thunderhawk gunships, awaiting the clarion call of battle. As the days passed, an eerie calm settled over the desert expanse of Taros, devoid of any sign of enemy activity. In response, the 17th Talon Regiment, entrenched behind formidable sandbagged positions, received orders to commence reconnaissance operations. With artillery batteries strategically positioned and Lehman Russ tanks partially concealed in the shifting sands, the regiment prepared to venture into the vast unknown. Under the cloak of desert dusk, sentinel companies and select infantry squads embarked on arduous patrols, venturing far into the unforgiving terrain that stretched beyond the horizon. Their mission was twofold: to scour the desolate landscape for any trace of enemy presence, and to chart potential routes of advance for the impending assault. Most of their efforts were directed northward, aligning with the anticipated trajectory of the regiment's advance. Meanwhile, behind the fortified lines of the 17th Talon, the landing zone bustled with frenetic activity. Landing craft descended steadily from the heavens, disgorging troops and supplies onto the arid sands below. Amidst the orchestrated chaos, Sentinel powerlifters trundled tirelessly, ferrying essential cargo between the ships and the burgeoning supply dumps. Trojans, their mechanical frames groaning under the weight of fuel and water, trundled across the desert terrain, ensuring a steady flow of vital resources to the front lines. Columns of soldiers, adorned in the traditional garb of Talon infantry or the elite stormtroopers, marched resolutely. Amidst this organized tumult, Departamento labor squads toiled ceaselessly, their weary forms bent beneath the weight of shovels and picks as they labored to fortify the landing zone against any eventuality. And amidst it all, the mechanized might of the Imperial Guard rumbled forth as tanks and Chimera squadrons carved precise paths through the shifting sands, poised to unleash the fury of the Emperor's wrath upon any who dared challenge their dominion. Lord Marshal de Stael's grand design unfolded in the relentless rhythm of war, each cog in the vast machinery of conquest moving inexorably toward the inevitable clash that loomed on the horizon. As the sun rose on the fourth day of the invasion, the relentless march of preparation continued unabated. With meticulous efficiency, the first contingent of Munitorum Labor Corps disembarked from their transport vessels, their arrival heralding the commencement of a crucial construction endeavor, establishing an aircraft landing field. Swiftly organizing themselves, the Labor Corps set to work, their efforts focused on transforming the barren expanse of desert into a functional airstrip capable of accommodating the formidable aerial might of the Imperial Navy. Meanwhile, aboard the Hammer of Thrace, the 386th Fighter Squadron awaited their opportunity to join the fray, their readiness contingent upon completing the landing field below. The significance of this endeavor could not be overstated. Once operational, adding the Imperial Navy Fighter Squadron would substantially bolster the invasion force's reconnaissance capabilities. Endowed with unparalleled speed and range, these aerial hunters would scour the vast expanses of desert, probing deep into enemy territory in search of any signs of hostile activity. With their keen eyes and swift wings, they would serve as the vanguard of Imperial dominance, ensuring that no foe could evade the unwavering gaze of the Imperium. Amidst the sprawling chaos of the landing zone, Lord Marshal de Stael stood as a beacon of resolve amidst the tide of logistical challenges that threatened to engulf the operation. Despite the absence of the dreaded Tau counterattack, the intricacies of orchestrating the invasion presented a formidable array of obstacles that demanded swift resolution. In the relentless ebb and flow of the unfolding campaign, de Stael's mastery of organization emerged as a cornerstone of triumph. Yet, even amidst the semblance of victory, adversity loomed large. Congestion plagued the landing zone, impeding the seamless flow of men and materiel as logistical missteps threatened to derail the meticulously laid plans. Water, the lifeblood of any military endeavor, emerged as a pressing concern. Though the tanker Empress of Svedeg orbited overhead, disgorging its precious cargo at a rate of 1,000 tons per day, the voracious thirst of the men on the ground outpaced the meager trickle of relief. Each drop became a precious commodity, its scarcity accentuating the situation's urgency. Compounded by the logistical labyrinth that ensnared the landing craft, the shortage of Sentinel powerlifters emerged as a critical bottleneck in the unloading process. With each passing moment, de Stael's resolve hardened, his determination driving him to requisition additional resources from the Talan regiments stationed on the perimeter, bolstering the beleaguered efforts at the landing zone. Amidst the logistical labyrinth that engulfed the landing zone, the Talan regiments found themselves unwittingly thrust into the fray, and their manpower repurposed to shoulder the burdens of supply transportation. What began as a calculated reassignment of resources soon devolved into a grim example of the inefficiencies of war, as guardsmen were conscripted into service as makeshift pack animals, burdened by the weight of shells and water cans under the scorching desert sun. Despite the grumblings and murmurs of discontent that permeated the ranks, the absence of enemy aggression afforded the army a brief respite from the debilitating consequences of their makeshift logistics. Supplies flowed unabated onto Taros, a relentless torrent of vital resources that spanned the breadth of military necessity. Fuel to sustain the roaring engines of war, nourishing weary bodies, and medical provisions to tend to the wounded and infirm. From the mundane to the extraordinary, every conceivable need was met with meticulous precision, as the landing zone transformed into a bustling hub of activity. Mountains of sandbags towered like silent sentinels, while the air hummed with the ceaseless industry of replacement vehicles and ammunition crates being ferried to the front lines. Amidst the cacophony of war, the symphony of logistics played out perfectly, ensuring that no aspect of the Imperial war machine faltered in its relentless march towards victory. With the landing operation reaching its crescendo, Lord Marshal Disdale exercised caution, recognizing the importance of consolidating his forces before venturing into the crucible of battle. As the first 3 regiments entrenched themselves upon the desert sands of Taros, a calculated patience permeated the Imperial command structure, each moment of delay serving to bolster the strength and resilience of the invasion force. For nearly 2 weeks, the relentless ballet of logistics unfolded, with men and equipment pouring onto the planet's surface in a ceaseless stream. Yet, amidst the frantic activity, an eerie calm prevailed as the enemy remained conspicuously absent from the fray. With the Raptors recalled to their bastion in orbit, save for a lone scout squad tasked with reconnaissance duties, the stage was set for the campaign's next phase. Reports of Tau activity trickled in, whispers of movement amidst the shifting sands. However, tangible sightings remained elusive, shrouded in the enigmatic veil of desert warfare. With the landing zone firmly secured upon the arid expanse of Taros, the Imperium exercised prudence, refraining from precipitous action amidst the sweltering heat. Instead, a vigilant defensive cordon enveloped the landing site, fortifications rising like stalwart sentinels against endless dunes. Under the relentless gaze of the twin suns, the Imperium toiled ceaselessly for 2 weeks, fortifying their position and amassing a labyrinthine labyrinth of supplies, a veritable lifeline amidst the desolate expanse. Meanwhile, the Talon regiments, undeterred by the siren song of the desert winds, dispatched their stalwart sentinels and infantry patrols into the wastes, scouring the horizon for signs of their foe. Yet, their efforts yielded naught but whispers. Amidst the uncertainty, the Imperium bided its time, steeling its resolve for the inevitable clash that loomed upon the horizon. The campaign's second week witnessed a relentless influx of Imperial Guard regiments and Munitorum units descending upon the desolate landscape. Amidst the rugged terrain, where jagged rocks jutted like the fangs of some ancient leviathan, indentured labourers, their spirits bound by chains, toiled relentlessly under the harsh gaze of the twin suns, their tireless efforts transforming the barren expanse into bustling air bases. Among the first to descend from the heavens was the renowned 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment. Their valiant souls and formidable aircraft heralded the dawn of a new phase in the conflict. They orchestrated the deployment with meticulous precision, transferring thousands of men and scores of aircraft to the unforgiving surface below. Yet amidst the whirlwind of activity, Lord Marshal Disdale remained resolute in his strategic calculus, steadfastly maintaining his defensive posture until the stars aligned with the Imperium's readiness. The Lord Marshal would call an offensive only when the logistics were solid, when the core stood poised like a coiled serpent, and the stockpiles burgeoned. The grand design of the ground offensive crystallized around a singular objective: the capture of Tarakeen and its coveted starport. Yet this ambition was a secondary objective: the pursuit of the traitorous planetary governor and the destruction of the Tau forces that dared defile the sacred soil of Taros. Nestled within the sinewy embrace of the Irukanda Isthmus, the city of Tarakeen stood as a bastion of defiance against the encroaching shadow of the Tau. Yet its strategic positioning, flanked by Taros's azure seas, posed a vexing dilemma for Disdale's tacticians. Like a fortress guarded by nature's moat, Tarakeen was accessible to ground forces only from the west or the east. However, the eastern approach, a treacherously narrow passage scarcely 15 kilometers wide, loomed ominously as a potential death knell for the advancing regiments. Here, the Tau could readily choke the lifeblood of the Imperial forces, bottling them within the confines of this perilous corridor. Ever the pragmatist, de Staël foresaw the grim prospect of brutal attrition, where each inch gained would exact a toll in blood that the Imperium could ill afford to pay. Turning his gaze westward, de Staël discerned a glimmer of strategic promise. The western terminus of the isthmus, broader and more forgiving, offered a way for the Imperium's might to be at its best. Here, amidst the expanse, the Imperial Guard's numerical superiority and formidable firepower could unfold unhindered, dictating the tempo of battle and shaping the destiny of Tarakeen. As the wheels of war turned and the hour of offensive approached, a conclave of high command convened aboard the formidable righteous power, presided over by the venerable Lord Commander Gustavus himself. With furrowed brows and minds ablaze with stratagems, they deliberated the impending assault upon Taros. Gustavus, the paragon of strategic acumen, voiced his apprehension. He foresaw the peril of leaving the eastern end of the isthmus unchallenged, where the enemy could consolidate their defenses and fortify against the onslaught from the west. Such a scenario, he cautioned, would render any breakthrough a Herculean task, shackled by the weight of entrenched resistance. In his wisdom, Gustavus advocated a diversion, a ruse to lure the enemy from their bastions and fray their unity. After prolonged discourse and weighing myriad tactics, the august assembly assented to the necessity of a secondary assault. Thus, the campaign's architect, Lord Marshal de Staël, recalibrated his stratagems to accommodate this necessity. Turning to the valiant warriors of the Raptors chapter, de Staël summoned their stalwart leader, Captain Aurelius, to grace the next council with his presence. The Space Marines, custodians of valor unmatched, were entrusted with a pivotal role to spearhead a thunderous armored thrust from the landing zone towards the east, skirting the southern reaches of the sea. Their mission, to sow discord, to beckon the foe to the eastern end of the isthmus, and in doing so, to alleviate the burden borne by the main advance. Though the Space Marines need not court a decisive clash, the spectre of their presence, however fleeting, would sow seeds of doubt and unrest among the enemy ranks, easing the path for the main thrust northwards. Captain Aurelius, venerable commander of the Raptors chapter, stood firm in his resolve, declining Lord Marshal de Staël's mission. Instead, he proposed an alternative, to integrate his Space Marines into the vanguard of the main assault, forsaking what he deemed a peripheral role in the grand theatre of war. In his candid report, he lamented the prospect of his warriors being relegated to a mere sideshow, echoing the sentiments of many a seasoned veteran. Faced with this unexpected refusal and cognizant of the peril of alienating their esteemed allies, Lord Commander Gustavus, though perturbed, deemed it prudent to seek an alternate course. Thus, de Staël was tasked with revising his stratagems. In a twist of fate, the mantle of the diversionary thrust fell upon the shoulders of the green recruits of the 331st Talon Regiment, neophytes to the crucible of warfare, their mettle yet untested. For these unseasoned warriors, the conflict on Taros would serve as a baptism of fire, an initiation into the grim dance of battle against a cunning Xenos adversary. Though their advance, primarily infantry-based, promised a slower pace, the objective remained unchanged, to draw the enemy's gaze eastward and sow seeds of discord. Summoned by de Staël, Colonel Usfal Hamid, stalwart commander of the 331st Talon Regiment, received his directives. With resolute determination, the regiment was tasked with embarking on a bold eastward advance. Their mission, to lure the gaze of the Tau Empire forces away from the main thrust of the Imperial advance towards the horizon, where the 331st would stand defiantly. Under the cloak of desert sands, the regiment's tanks rumbled forth, a formidable phalanx carving a path through the arid wastes. Every stride, every clank of metal bespoke the urgency of their purpose. With each passing day, they delved deeper into the heart of the unknown, their resolve unyielding, their spirits undaunted by the expanse of sand and sky. 30 days hence, their odyssey would culminate in establishing a new bastion, a defensive bulwark tethered to the southern shores of the Emsai. Here, amidst the windswept dunes and azure tides, the 331st would stand as sentinels. Yet, in war, appearances were paramount. Their diversionary gambit was to invite the Tau to battle. Thus, the regiment embraced their destiny, poised to unleash war upon the desert sands. As the offensive unfolded, the eastern front of the Iracunda Isthmus bristled with the anticipation of conflict. The Raptors led the charge, and the stalwart Talon tanks rolled steadfastly in their wake. Together they formed an iron phalanx poised to breach the narrow confines of the eastern bottleneck and surge forth towards the fringes of Tarakeen, the prize awaiting their conquest. Lord Marshal de Stael's strategy was clear: encircle the city in a vice-like grip, severing its vital supply lines and subjecting its defenders to a relentless siege. With the tenacity of a besieging force, Imperial regiments would converge upon Tarakeen, tightening their grip with each passing day until the moment was ripe for the final decisive assault. Yet, for the sons of Talon, the arduous journey ahead promised no respite from the scorching desert sun. Amidst the sweltering heat, they would stomp tirelessly while their armored brethren rumbled alongside, offering unwavering support. Through the crucible of battle, they would persevere, bolstered by the constant thunder of artillery and the vigilant watch of the Imperial Navy's aerial sentinels soaring high above. Though the Tau might seek to thwart their advance, their efforts would prove futile against the relentless tide of Imperial might. Each setback would only fuel determination, propelling the mighty offensive onward, forging a path of conquest in war. In the dusty deserts of Taros, de Stael, ever composed and methodical, ordered his regimental commanders to initiate their arduous push towards Tarakeen. The offensive began with a relentless, rolling artillery barrage illuminating the night sky. Mortars, battle cannons, earthshaker cannons, and griffins all roared to life, saturating the arid landscape with an unrelenting hail of explosive fury. The blasts blended into a singular, overpowering roar, with columns of fire and smoke shooting skyward as the high explosive wall crept inexorably across the sand, inch by inch. The thunderous barrage lasted 30 minutes, forming an impenetrable barrier that left the enemy reeling. As the infantry rose from their entrenched positions, artillery shells continued to whistle and shriek overhead. Then, as suddenly as it began, the cacophony ceased. The silence hung thickly over the scorched terrain, leaving a temporary void. This moment of eerie calm marked the prelude to the next assault stage, as the regiments steeled themselves and advanced into the smoke-shrouded battlefield, prepared to press the offensive with determination. The lead infantry squads advanced steadily in a long line. Their boots crunched over the sand, the soldiers pressing onward with grim resolve. Beside and just behind them rumbled the tanks, their Lehman Russ hulls grinding across the desert like steel behemoths. Engines roared and belched thick clouds of black smoke as if the machines were creatures made for this battleground. As the front line reached the barrage zone, the landscape stretched before them, a wasteland scarred by the fury of sustained shellfire. The ground was scorched and littered with smouldering craters, each a testament to the ferocity of the barrage. Shattered boulders lay scattered like the bones of long-dead giants. Yet, for all the devastation wrought by the explosive onslaught, there was no sign that anything of consequence had been struck. Only a barren desert lay before them, stripped bare by the opening bombardment. The advance pressed deeper into the parched wilderness, a relentless march that stretched throughout the day without encountering any sign of enemy resistance. The younger, less seasoned guardsmen began to believe that perhaps the Tau had abandoned Taros altogether, imagining that this campaign would be over swiftly. Given the evidence so far, they could be forgiven for such assumptions, and by nightfall on the first day, the forward units had covered their planned 20 kilometers. As the desert darkened and the stars pierced the twilight sky, the artillery pieces began to creep forward into new firing positions. The advancing troops had already outpaced the artillery's range, leaving it a night-long task to haul and drag the guns into place. The crews worked tirelessly to carve out new positions, fortifying them for the next day's assault while replenishing ammunition from stockpiles. Under the cover of darkness, the rhythm of war continued as the Imperium's war machine prepared itself for the challenges of the coming dawn. The Tau lay in silent anticipation, biding their time as the Imperial forces inched more deeply into the desert. From the moment the Imperium soldiers set foot on Taros, the Tau's Pathfinder squads and stealth suit units had shadowed their every move, meticulously observing the deployment of the Emperor's troops. They relayed vital intelligence to the hunter cadre commanders, identifying the most likely routes of advance and preparing to counter the Imperium's thrust. Under Chasseur Ramaya's guidance, the commanders remained well hidden amidst the dunes, poised to spring their ambush. They were adeptly equipped for mobile desert warfare, harnessing the expansive battlefields and the vast sightlines of the arid landscape. Their weapons were designed to strike accurately from a distance, most notably their powerful railguns and seeker missiles, which would devastate the advancing Imperial forces with deadly precision. The Tau's strategy was not to meet their foes head-on, but to exploit their mobility in the terrain, ensuring that every engagement would be fought on their terms. In the stillness of the desert night, stealth teams slipped past Imperial Guard patrols, their sleek suits blending seamlessly into the shadows. 24 hours before the offensive began, these crack units observed the buildup of equipment and supplies, predicting that the Imperium's forces were gearing up for an attack. In response, the Tau ensured no formations were within reach of the Imperial artillery. Instead, their mechanized hunter cadres waited beyond the barrage's range, their devilfish transports poised to swiftly carry them forward. The Tau commanders had meticulously planned their counterstrike, ready to respond decisively at a moment's notice. On the second day of the Imperial offensive, they judged that the moment was ripe for their initial assault. The hunter cadres mobilized, advancing rapidly across the dunes to meet the Emperor's soldiers with the precision and efficiency that had earned them their formidable reputation. Out in the open desert, the Imperial Guard infantry and tanks had left behind their fortifications of sandbags, razor wire, and minefields. Exposed and unshielded, their objective was to maintain offensive momentum while bracing against enemy fire. The Tau forces, anticipating this vulnerability, executed their attacks swiftly, aiming to keep the Imperials at arm's length. Their strategy was simple but effective: inflict casualties, retreat into the desert's vast emptiness, and strike again when advantageous. On that second day, the Tau unleashed a series of brief but intense long-range skirmishes along the entire front. The 17th Talon Regiment bore the brunt of these counterattacks, particularly at an abandoned mining facility known as Tunguska Station. Here, the Tau hit hardest, demonstrating their mobility and precision as they struck quickly before fading into the shifting dunes, leaving behind scorched remnants of the once proud regiment. The Talon 17th Regiment pressed its advance along the entire front. At its cutting edge were 3 armoured companies, their squadrons of Lehman Russ tanks stretching across the desert sands like steel titans, ready to carve a path. Without chimeras for swift transport, the advance moved at the pace of the guardsmen themselves. At their officers' command, scores of infantry rose from their hastily dug foxholes. At the same time, the tanks roared to life, engines revving, and began to grind slowly forward. Behind them, the artillery opened fire from their freshly established positions, delivering devastating volleys upon carefully selected targets along the front. The barrage aimed to suppress or destroy any hidden enemy lying in wait, ensuring the advance would face as little resistance as possible. The desert quaked under the relentless bombardment, each blast an echoing promise of the regiment's determination. The night brought a bitter chill, contrasting sharply with the day's scorching heat. Ice quickly coated the weapons of the Imperial Guardsmen during the brief hours of darkness, but as dawn broke, the rising sun would melt the frost away. The second day unfolded much like the first, without the pre-planned rolling barrage. Such a massive expenditure of ammunition couldn't be sustained daily. Hence, the artillery focused more precisely on specific locations where the Tau might be hiding. The infantry began their advance with mortars and artillery fire echoing across the desert. Morale was high, buoyed by the lack of resistance thus far. However, by mid-morning, everything changed. The Tau, silent and unseen, finally made their presence known, and the guardsmen found themselves caught in the unexpected web of enemy fire, the stark reality of war cutting through the desert calm. The Tau lay in wait, biding their time as the Imperium's forces settled on Taros. Pathfinder squads and stealth suit units had tracked the deployment of the Emperor's units, feeding crucial intelligence to the hunter cadre commanders. Under Chassot Ramaya's precise instructions, these leaders concealed themselves in the desert, ready to strike back when the Imperium moved forward. They were well prepared for the wide open expanses of the Taros battlefield, adept at mobile desert warfare. With railguns and seeker missiles capable of engaging from long distances, they intended to keep their enemy at bay while capitalizing on the terrain. The hunter cadre's carefully crafted plan relied on swift, strategic counterattacks, using their superior mobility to frustrate the Imperium's advance and inflict devastating casualties. 24 hours before the Imperium launched its offensive, the Tau's stealth suit teams, shrouded in darkness and evading Imperial Guard patrols, closely observed the build-up of equipment and stores. They accurately predicted that the Imperium was preparing for an attack. The Tau wisely kept their formations beyond the range of the Imperial artillery. Still, their mechanized hunter cadres, equipped with devilfish transports, were primed to react swiftly and decisively when the moment was right. On the second day of the Imperial offensive, the Tau commanders judged the time had come to launch their initial assault. With precision and agility, they moved forward, their transports carrying troops across the arid terrain with unmatched speed. The Tau aimed to disrupt the Imperium's momentum, striking where their adversaries were least prepared, and proving themselves as cunning and unpredictable foes. The Tau utilized their formidable mantas to infiltrate heavy vehicles like hammerhead gunships and broadside battlesuits deep behind Imperial lines to carry out swift, hit-and-fade attacks. Tunguska Station, a modest collection of buildings, lean-tos, and abandoned mining equipment, had been left deserted after the arrival of the Imperium's forces. The Imperium had already scouted and shelled the area with artillery to prepare for the day's advance. The ground surrounding Tunguska was scarred and pockmarked with craters left by the basilisk cannons. However, this only provided further concealment for the Tau forces as they moved into strategic positions for their next strike. The battle erupted when the lead Leman Russ tank stumbled upon a concealed Tau Pathfinder squad. Without hesitation, the tank's battle cannon roared to life, but the Pathfinders swiftly retaliated with their marker lights and seeker missiles. Their precision-guided fire quickly knocked the Leman Russ out, engulfing it in flames as its crew scrambled out of the hatches and fled across the desert. Exposed by the encounter, the Pathfinders swiftly retreated on foot while hammerhead gunships appeared on the fringes of Tunguska Station. Their railguns cracked through the air, forcing the surviving Leman Russ tanks to scramble for cover. They launched smoke screens and returned fire in a deadly long-range duel, pitting their vanquisher and battle cannons against the Tau railguns. With the armoured vehicles engrossed in their own skirmish, the Imperial Guard infantry pressed forward, led from the front by their commanding officer, Lieutenant Kavir. Undaunted, they advanced steadily toward the abandoned buildings, determined to seize Tunguska Station, despite the relentless barrage echoing around them. The soldiers of 1st Platoon, 2nd Company approached the outskirts of Tunguska Station. Still, it was met by a formidable Tau force of fire warriors supported by devilfish troop carriers. A fierce firefight erupted, and amidst the chaos, Lieutenant Kavir fell as his command section was overwhelmed and annihilated by counter-attacking crisis battlesuits. It is believed that the cadre's chassel commander personally led the attack, crushing the Imperial advance in a ruthless display of tactical prowess. Without the crucial support of their armoured units, the Talan platoon found themselves outgunned and urgently requested reinforcements. Responding swiftly, Command dispatched a squad of stormtroopers to their location. It scrambled a Thunderbolt fighter to intercept any further enemy advances. Yet the tide turned decisively against them with the arrival of additional Tau reinforcements and a low-flying Barracuda that strafed the battlefield. The overwhelming firepower swung the engagement in the Tau's favor, forcing the 1st Platoon to retreat with significant losses, despite the timely arrival of their stormtrooper reinforcements sped toward the skirmish in their chimeras, while a Thunderbolt fighter raced low overhead to offer support. Despite this effort, 3 Lehman Russ tanks soon became burning wrecks scattered across the desert, and the Imperial advance in this sector stalled for the day. As the Imperial Guardsmen withdrew from Tunguska Station, devastating artillery fire rained down upon the buildings, with basilisk shells relentlessly pounding the area for hours. When night fell, a patrol was dispatched to investigate the ruins of Tunguska Station, where smoke and debris concealed any remaining threats amidst the darkened wasteland. When the patrol reached the ruins of Tunguska Station, they found little remaining of the enemy, who had already withdrawn to regroup. They left behind only the smouldering wrecks of a hammerhead and a devilfish troop carrier. At dawn, the advance resumed, with 2nd Company's 5th Platoon ordered to the front lines to relieve the exhausted survivors of 1st Platoon. Before the morning ended, 5th Platoon had cautiously captured what was left of Tunguska Station, without encountering further resistance. Tunguska Station was merely the first of many such assaults in the following days, all strategically designed to weaken the Imperium's frontline units and temporarily delay their progress. Over time, these sudden, highly focused and well-executed attacks along the Corps' entire front became a daily menace, gnawing at morale and wearing down the resolve of the Imperial forces. On the right flank, the 12th Armoured Regiment faced similar challenges. The Tau hammerheads and broadsides thrived in these conditions, wielding powerful railguns and benefiting from superior mobility. Their unbroken lines of fire allowed them to target the Lehman Russ squadrons first and then deftly maneuver to avoid retaliation. Once the tanks were decimated, the chimeras carrying the infantry support were left defenseless, unable to mount an effective response against the swift and strategic Tau offensive. The crews had to trust in the thick armor of their Lehman Russ tanks for protection, but more was needed against the formidable Tau railguns. The ominous whip crack of the railguns became a sound that every Imperial Guardsman learned to both dread and fear. The Tau's weaponry seemed to pierce armor effortlessly from any range. It moved so swiftly that Guardsmen standing too close would feel the air being sucked from their lungs as the projectiles ripped past. In the unforgiving desert terrain, with little cover to shield them from the railguns, the war was proving exceedingly costly for the 12th Armoured Regiment. After 5 days of advancing, the forward-deployed companies lost nearly half their tank strength. While they had inflicted some damage on the enemy in return, it was a lopsided exchange. Replacement tanks were available, but not enough to compensate for all the losses. Recognizing his tank companies needed extra support, Colonel Asa Bilad brought the basilisks of his 1st Artillery Regiment forward to serve as assault guns rather than conventional artillery. The tank engagements settled into a grimly familiar pattern in those initial days. The lead infantry platoons would advance abreast, directly supported by a Leman Russ. Lying in wait would be a small Tau Pathfinder team hidden among the rocks. They would swiftly target the Leman Russ with their marker lights. From far in the rear, a volley of Seeker missiles would be launched, locking onto the tank via the marker light signal. The first sign of an attack for Imperial Guard commanders would be the sudden, violent destruction of their tank under the impact of multiple missiles. Reacting quickly, other tanks were moved in to reinforce the area, only to find themselves caught in long-range fire from railguns as hammerheads skimmed forward into range. A long-distance exchange of fire ensued between the armoured vehicles while the Imperial Guard infantry attempted to press forward under heavy fire. The Tau's relentless accuracy and rapid maneuvers forced the guardsmen into a constant defensive posture, frustrating their attempts to gain ground. In the wake of the advancing Imperial Guard infantry, the fire warrior units would counterattack, racing forward in their devilfish transports. Disembarking quickly, they engaged from a distance with their pulse rifles, often outgunning the guardsmen. Squad snipers did manage to secure some kills with their long-range weaponry, but as the guardsmen pushed ahead, their casualties mounted. They tried to leverage their heavy weapon squads, mortar batteries, or, if a forward observer was present, their heavy artillery. As the Talon firepower accumulated, the Tau swiftly boarded their transport vehicles and withdrew. They were quickly followed by their hammerheads, leaving the battlefield to the Imperial forces, who continued to press forward, battered but undeterred. Lord Marshal de Stael's staff analysed the Tau tactics and devised counters as the days passed. They realised the necessity of hunting down the elusive Pathfinder teams more vigorously. To this end, they reinforced reconnaissance squads with additional Sentinel units, assigning them to neutralise the Tau scouts. This would make long-range ambushes more challenging to pull off. While this strategy had some success and led to frequent skirmishes, the Sentinels were still vulnerable to Tau weaponry, and many were lost. Nevertheless, each scout clash meant the front line was shielded from the devastating Seeker missile ambushes. The loss of Sentinels was considered worth it to save tanks and infantry. Next, de Stael turned to the Imperial Navy to counter the Tau's speed. Thunderbolts and lightnings would fill the gap, and where the tanks couldn't bring the Tau decisively into battle, the aircraft could. The plan involved increasing air patrols over the front line and granting pilots permission to locate and engage targets freely. Squadrons were on standby, ready to scramble when a frontline unit reported contact. This allowed them to race forward and unleash devastating volleys of Hellstrike missiles. The Tau might outrun the artillery, but they couldn't escape the swift Imperial Navy. As de Stael's tactics evolved, so did the Tau's strategies. The conflict was a deadly game of move and counter-move, plan and counter-plan for both sides. The Imperial Navy's Thunderbolts began zeroing in on ground targets, achieving notable victories and dealing heavier blows to the Tau than the ground troops had managed. In response, the Tau unleashed their own air force in more significant numbers, with Barracudas soaring over the battlefield, not to strike ground targets, but to dive from high altitudes and intercept the Imperium's aircraft. From far-off bases on the Iracunda Isthmus, Barracudas maintained patrols to shield their ground forces. Thus began the air war over Taros, and dogfights soon erupted between the evenly matched factions. This aerial struggle distracted the Imperial Navy from supporting ground assaults, freeing up the hunter cadres to continue their probing counterattacks. Despite mounting losses and the escalating ground war spilling into the skies, the Imperial Guard offensive pressed on relentlessly. After 10 days, it had advanced up to 150 kilometers, falling short of its initial projections by 30 to 50 kilometers. Yet the broad front still maintained its inexorable northward push. As the Imperial Guard pressed northwards, the initial vigor of their advance began to wane within the first few weeks. By the 20th day, the regiments had traversed approximately 300 kilometers, but were increasingly hampered by logistical difficulties. Fuel shortages became critical, with many convoys failing to reach their destinations, stalling the advance until new supplies arrived. Additionally, the necessity of strict water rationing compounded the challenges, slowing offensive operations considerably. On the left flank of the front, the 17th Talon Regiment neared an upland area known as the Fyra Heights. This rugged terrain, marked by steep escarpments, lay on the horizon. Following orders from Lord Marshal de Stael's headquarters, the regiment was directed to veer slightly westward to seize this higher ground. By capturing the Fyra Heights, they hoped to outflank the bulk of the Tau defenders and clear a path toward the strategic Iracunda Isthmus. Over the past 7 days, the 17th Talon Regiment's advance towards the Fyra Heights had progressed without notable incident. The Tau seemingly allowed the regiment to undertake its slow flanking march. By the 25th day of the offensive, the lead platoons found themselves poised at the base of a steep, rocky ascent into the highlands. The regiment's reconnaissance squads had arrived days ahead of the main force, navigating the slopes by night to identify the most viable paths through the rugged terrain. Initial explorations by sentinel units went unchallenged, and while these versatile walkers managed the steep inclines well, it was clear that the regiment's supporting tanks would face significant difficulties in such terrain. The recon squads, aware of the formidable capabilities of the Tau Hammerhead gunship's railgun, a weapon known to destroy a Lehman Russ battle tank with disconcerting ease at ranges beyond which the Imperial tanks could effectively respond, proceeded cautiously. During their scouting, they observed several enemy tracks. Although a few men were injured by rockfalls, initially dismissed as mere accidents, the squads encountered no confirmed enemy presence strong enough to impede their advance. This absence of significant resistance allowed the Talon to continue their climb, albeit under the looming threat of a possible Tau ambush hidden within the unforgiving landscape. Unbeknownst to the Imperial forces below, the Tau's savage allies, the Kroot, were waiting on the higher ground. A few Kroot trackers ventured out to monitor the human advance and set rockslide booby traps. Still, the main force remained concealed, avoiding detection by the human scouts. The Kroot understood that being spotted would provoke devastating Imperial artillery fire. The Master Shaper, aware of the tactical advantage of the dense, rocky terrain, prepared his warriors and hounds for an ambush. In the open desert, they stood little chance, but here in the rocky highlands, they could decisively halt the Talon advance. As General Barim Abbas ordered his men to seize the high ground, the lead companies and platoons began their arduous ascent in the scorching heat, with scout squads and sentinels paving the way. From their hidden caves and crags, the Kroot emerged, ravenous and primed for battle. They stealthily moved to positions behind the first ridgeline. At each Shaper's command, the warbands suddenly appeared on the ridge above the guardsmen, unleashing a fearsome howl as they prepared to strike. With their hounds baying and narlocks shrieking, the Kroot charged down the hillside, leaping from rock to rock, their momentum hurtling them into the ranks of the Imperial Guardsmen. The sudden and ferocious assault threw the Talon into disarray. Some units fled in panic, unwilling to confront the bloodthirsty savages, while others scrambled for cover, stood their ground, fought, and fell to the Kroot's blades, or were savaged by their fierce beasts. In these moments, the battle for the high ground became a desperate struggle for survival. Under sudden and fierce enemy counterattacks, General Barim Abbas witnessed his vanguard platoons struggling to maintain their positions. In response, he commanded all available artillery to concentrate their fire on the first ridge line. Directed by forward observer teams on the hillside, the mortars and earthshaker cannons unleashed relentless barrages, enveloping the ridge in fire, smoke, and dust. This intense artillery cover enabled the beleaguered lead platoons to execute a tactical withdrawal. Fortunately, the Kroot chose not to pursue, preferring the safety of the dense cover on the higher ground. Though bloodied and exhausted, the Talon guardsmen had been effectively repulsed, marking the commencement of a grueling battle for control of the Fira Heights. Over the 10 days, 3 subsequent attempts to seize the treacherous slopes resulted in the regiment being driven back, with significant losses each time. A 4th assault, led personally by General Barim Abbas, secured the first ridgeline. Still, the 17th Talon Regiment's overall offensive had ground to a halt. The only reserve force at their disposal, the Talon 3rd Armoured Regiment, needed to be better suited to the rugged highland terrain. Their Lehman Russ tanks and chimeras could not operate effectively. Wisely, de Stijl decided against deploying these reserves instead of seeking a breakthrough in another area. At the same time, the 17th continued to skirmish with the Croûte over a barren, rocky wilderness that held little strategic value to either party. For the 17th Talon, this struggle represented the zenith of their advance towards Tarakeen, having already conquered 350 kilometers of desert. As the 17th Talon Regiment was locked in an intense confrontation with Croûte warbands for control of the Fira Heights, Lord Marshal de Stijl pivoted his focus to the broader strategic objectives. With the offensive stalling at the doorstep of the Iracunda Isthmus, he called upon his other units for a renewed push. The 3rd Talon Armoured Regiment, held in reserve until now, was ordered to bolster the efforts of the 89th and 12th Armoured Regiments, infusing new vigour into the front lines. Under the command of Colonel Hasso Rasaziz, the 3rd Regiment was divided into 3 battle groups, A, B and C. Battle Group A was dispatched to support the 12th Armoured, Battle Group B joined the 89th, and Battle Group C stood ready as the reserve force. This strategic deployment brought a fresh impetus to the offensive, accelerating the momentum of the attack. By 596 M41, Battle Group A of the 3rd Armoured led a spirited new assault. Amid the robust smell of diesel and the grind of tank tracks, the regiment's 1st and 2nd tank companies surged northward, kicking up a vast cloud of dust as they advanced. Chimeras and basilisks closely followed, supporting the armoured spearhead. Yet the Tau remained a formidable adversary, expertly targeting the advancing tanks with their railguns before skillfully retreating, the relentless skirmishes claiming 6 of the regiment's vehicles on the first day alone. On the 3rd day of the renewed offensive, the vanguard of Battle Group A approached the significant mining operations at Giadamak. The landscape was marked by deep quarries and towering spoil heaps, an industrial scar upon the desert. From his vantage point, General Ras Aziz, peering through his magnoculars, assessed the strategic layout of the land. Plans were swiftly drawn up to seize the mining facility, envisioning this as a pivotal moment to secure a critical resource point and gain further ground in the challenging campaign. Giadamak, a vast strip mine, bore the scars of centuries of relentless excavation. Its landscape was characterized by deep quarries and towering piles of waste rock, creating a desolate and dusty environment. Until recently, the mine was bustling with several thousand miners, but the rumble of approaching tank columns prompted most to flee for safety. The scattered quarries, buildings and equipment provided excellent cover for the defenders. At the same time, the open desert offered little protection for an approaching attacking force. Where the constant clanking and grinding of heavy machinery once filled the air, a heavy silence now reigned, though the area was not entirely deserted. Aside from the few work gangs who had chosen to stay and defend their mine, hidden squads of fire warriors were closely monitoring the southern horizon, vigilantly watching for the dust columns that would signal the imminent arrival of Imperial tanks. Lord Marshal de Stijl had advised General Ras Aziz to bypass the mining complex at Giadamak and direct his efforts towards seizing the strategically significant Iracunda Isthmus, isolating the defenders. However, General Ras Aziz held a contrary view. He recognized the risk of leaving a strong Tau force behind his lines. His forward units might successfully reach the isthmus. Still, the entrenched Tau at Giadamak could then mount a devastating counterattack on the vulnerable rear of his forces. The general was adamant that the mine needed to be secured and the defenders neutralized through capture, death, or forced withdrawal. This decisive action would pave the way for the continued advance northward. General Ras Aziz communicated his firm stance during a strategic briefing aboard D'Estaing's Leviathan. With plans set, he returned to his forward command post via an Aquila shuttle, ready to supervise the preparations for an assault scheduled for dawn the next day. As the first light of dawn stretched over the horizon, the thunderous sounds of earthshaker and mortar fire heralded the commencement of the operation, signaling an intense bombardment around Giadamak. Meanwhile, guardsmen gathered ammunition, rationing supplies and filling canteens. They then boarded their vehicles, ready for the assault. The regiment's plan was straightforward. 2 tank companies would flank the mine from the west and east. Once these tank vanguards reconnected, the mine would be effectively encircled, cut off from any potential reinforcements. Following this encirclement, the infantry would advance, shielded by a rolling artillery barrage. They would disembark from their chimeras and close the distance on foot, prepared for close-quarters combat, to dislodge the Tau from their concealed positions under the protective fire of their transports. The initial phase of the attack unfolded promisingly as the tank columns, split into 2 wide arcs, advanced unchallenged by Tau fire. In the center, chimeras moved forward in line abreast, shielded by a curtain of earthshaker artillery. When the troops were approximately 200 yards from the objective, the artillery fire lifted and the men swiftly dismounted to dash towards their target. However, as the infantry approached, the Tau unleashed a devastating barrage of pulse rifle fire, turning the ground before their position into a lethal killing zone with interlocking fields of fire. Caught in this dire situation amidst a swirling dust storm created by the Tau's relentless firing, the advancing Talon soldiers, now mere shadows in the dust, struggled forward. Many fell and rose only to fall again, as the air filled with the harsh cacophony of heavy pulse fire. The terrain quickly became strewn with the lost. Small mounds of dead and wounded marked the advance of the Second Company, which suffered severe losses and was ultimately forced to retreat in disarray, leaving a grim tally of 100 dead behind. In response to this setback, General Ras Aziz immediately commanded a fresh assault by the armoured fist of the Third Company. As they moved forward, Tau defenders again opened fire, their pulse rounds scorching the desert. Chimeras advanced, their multi-lasers and heavy bolters responding fiercely. Leading this charge was Captain Hadid, whose chimera sustained 35 pulse-round hits. One lethal shot pierced the front armor, killing his driver. Undeterred, Captain Hadid dismounted, rallied his men, and led the charge on foot. The combined force of chimera support and the platoon's mortars began to suppress the Tau defenders, allowing the first Talon platoons to reach the outskirts of Giadamak. The battle shifted to close quarters as the guardsmen, armed with knives and grenades, moved through the swirling smoke amidst the rusting machinery. They began a methodical hunt for the entrenched defenders, marking the transition to a more intense and personal combat phase. As the encircling tanks completed their maneuvers around Giadamak, they encountered only light resistance. They strategically positioned themselves to thwart any potential Tau breakthrough aimed at aiding their now encircled forces within the mine's deep quarries. For hours, the battle teetered on a stalemate, with neither side daring to commit to an all-out clash fully, aware that reinforcements could appear on the horizon at any moment. For the guardsmen engaged in the quarries, the skirmishes felt more akin to brutal urban warfare than desert engagements. For 3 intense hours, the conflict devolved into a savage melee fought with grenades, knives, and sometimes even bare fists. Unaccustomed and perhaps unwilling to engage in such close-quarter brutality, the Tau found their resolve waning. The hunter cadre commander, recognizing the peril of his position and satisfied with the damage inflicted, ordered a tactical withdrawal to prevent total annihilation. From his vantage point, the Imperial tank commanders could do little as the afternoon unfolded, and the Tau initiated a bold aerial extraction. 4 orcas, escorted by a protective shield of barracudas, swooped in from the east. Banking steeply towards the mine, they executed a rapid landing. As they touched down, the fire warrior teams began withdrawing, covered by their rear guard's fierce, suppressive fire. General Ras Aziz observed the scene unfolding with fury and frustration from his command post. Through his magnoculars, he watched helplessly as the Orcas, having swiftly loaded the Tau squads, lifted off one by one and retreated northwards. They were harried by sporadic Hydra flak fire, with barracudas continuing to circle protectively above. This moment marked a pivotal yet frustrating juncture in the battle for Giardamak, showcasing modern warfare's dynamic and often unpredictable nature. The survivors among the Imperial forces moved swiftly to secure the area, rounding up the beleaguered, wounded, and weary Tau rearguard. A total of 63 prisoners were captured, a small consolation against the harsh toll on the 3rd Talon Regiment, which suffered 322 casualties and lost 11 vehicles. That evening, a grim reminder of the day's ferocity was marked by the burial of 63 Tau combatants in a mass grave, hastily covered by bulldozer. Giardamak itself was transformed into a fire-scorched wasteland by day's end, its terrain marred by artillery craters and strewn with the remnants of battle, spent power cells, bloody bandages, smouldering wreckage, and the fallen from both sides. The ensuing 14 days saw Battle Group A of the Imperial Guard continue their grueling advance, now less than 50 kilometers from their strategic objective. However, each day was marred by persistent Tau sniper fire, slowly eroding the resolve and resources of the advancing troops. As they pressed forward, their already stretched supply lines began to falter under the increasing demands for tanks, fuel, and water. This attrition played into the hands of Chasseur Ramir's strategic design, marking the subtle efficacy of the second phase of his plan. Although the Tau commander's forces were too depleted to directly halt the Imperial advance, the continuous rear echelon raids effectively sapped the momentum of the Imperial regiments. The gradual depletion of their logistical capabilities hinted at an impending operational paralysis, threatening to stall the Imperial offensive just short of its critical objectives. As the 17th Regiment engaged in a fierce battle for the Fira Heights, and Lord Marshal de Stael endeavoured to reinvigorate his offensive with the commitment of the 3rd Armoured, the Tau initiated covert operations deep within Imperial territory. Primarily under the veil of night, Tau Fire Warrior, Pathfinder, and Stealth teams were discreetly deployed via Orca transports into the desert, rapidly dispersing to hunt for vulnerable targets. Nightly, their crafts undertook clandestine missions, continuously deploying additional teams to saturate the Imperial Guard's rear areas, with raiding parties tasked with identifying and disrupting supply routes, ammunition dumps, headquarters and airfields. Enhanced with Tetra speeders, Pathfinder teams could swiftly move to each new target, striking quickly and retreating with equal speed after unleashing havoc on their human adversaries. Working in tandem, Pathfinder and Stealth teams focused on Imperial Guard supply columns, particularly those comprising Trojans towing trailers laden with water, fuel, and ammunition. Although rear area security was primarily managed by Sentinel and Rough Rider squadrons, they needed help to counter the small, well-armed Tau squads, leading to repeated ambushes of the convoys. The aftermath of these operations left supply routes littered with the charred remains of destroyed Trojans and trailers, alongside the desiccating bones of fallen beasts of burden. With escalating losses, Imperial Command was compelled to bolster security significantly, diverting armoured fist squads from the front line to defend these critical convoys. This redeployment siphoned much-needed heavy support from the primary battlefronts, tangibly weakening the Imperial Guard's combat effectiveness where it was most crucial. In a particularly audacious operation, a large Imperial supply dump was annihilated during a nighttime raid without a single shot being fired. Pathfinder teams skillfully infiltrated past the sentries and stealthily planted charges among the stacks of fuel cans and ammunition crates. Just before dawn, the desert was abruptly illuminated by a massive orange fireball, the explosion violent enough to rouse even Lord Marshal de Stael aboard his Leviathan command vehicle. A towering mushroom cloud of dust and smoke marked the former location of the supply dump, starkly silhouetted against the pre-dawn sky. The momentum of the Imperial offensive towards Tarakeen had stalled entirely, crippled by a dire shortage of both reinforcements and supplies. The 12th Armoured, led by Battle Group A of the 3rd Armoured, had nearly reached the mouth of the Iracunda Isthmus. However, the infantry regiments flanking them were not so fortunate. The 17th Talon found themselves mired in the grueling conflict within the Fyra Heights. Despite some minor territorial gains, a decisive breakthrough remained elusive. Meanwhile, the 89th Regiment struggled to maintain cohesion between the two flanks, thinly stretched across the battlefield. Far to the south, the 331st had pushed forward to the southern shores of the Emsai and were now entrenching themselves. Yet the Tau remained unfooled by this feint, their strategic foresight leaving the Imperial plans thwarted at every turn. The air war over Taros had raged daily, evolving into a tightly contested battle for supremacy, with neither side gaining a decisive upper hand. The Tau possessed numerical superiority, while the Imperium boasted more experienced pilots, making it a critical front where neither could afford defeat. The stakes were high. Their defensive strategy would crumble if the Tau failed to maintain control of the skies. If the Barracudas were neutralized, the Tau hunter cadres would become vulnerable to the Imperial forces, increasing their susceptibility to aerial bombardment and diminishing their ground effectiveness. Although efficacious against ground targets when paired with Pathfinder teams, the sky rays would not suffice to protect the hunter cadres from a coordinated air assault. Moreover, the Tau's Barracudas and Tiger Sharks were crucial in the ongoing campaign. They were particularly effective in strafing Imperial supply lines, adding a critical dimension to their tactical operations. Conversely, the Imperial Navy posed a significant threat, aggressively countering Tau maneuvers and jeopardizing Chasseau-Ramire's strategic objectives. Recognizing the urgency to shift the aerial balance, the Tau commanders orchestrated a bold initiative aimed at crippling the Imperial Navy's capabilities directly by targeting their aircraft on the ground. During these strategic aerial engagements, small stealth suit teams operated precisely behind Imperial lines. Tasked with reconnaissance and strictly instructed to avoid engagement, these teams moved under darkness to scout and relay the positions of critical Imperial supply routes and depots. However, their orders were abruptly changed with the air war intensifying and the balance tipping precariously. The new directive prioritized the location of Imperial air bases, marking them as the highest priority targets, shifting their mission focus to directly undermine the Imperial aerial threat. This shift signaled a significant escalation and refocusing of Tau efforts to decisively influence the outcome of the conflict. When a stealth team successfully identified the location of a forward Imperial airbase, Shaz-el-Kiri acted with decisive speed. He assembled an elite strike force composed of his finest fire warrior teams, setting the stage for a high-risk operation. The plan was audacious and perilous, a daring nighttime raid executed under darkness. A single Orca transport would skim low over the desert, approaching the airstrip undetected. As it passed directly over, the fire warrior teams and their support units, including drones and crisis battlesuits, would deploy directly onto the airfield. Their mission was clear: to incapacitate all grounded aircraft using EMP grenades, with Shaz-el-Kiri personally leading the charge. After deploying its troops, the Orca was to execute a tight turn and return for a direct landing on the airstrip, facilitating a swift extraction. Once the Imperial aircraft were neutralized, the Tau forces would regroup swiftly back to the Orca, prepared to beat a hasty retreat under the protective escort of a squadron of Barracudas, ready to intercept any Imperial counterattack. The element of surprise was crucial to their plan. Still, they were acutely aware that once the airbase staff detected the assault, the response would be swift and formidable. Shaz-el-Kiri briefed his warriors on the gravity of their mission, underscoring the perilous nature of their task. Deep within enemy lines, their chances of survival were slim, and any mishap would leave them utterly isolated. Yet, the potential impact of their success, shifting the regional balance of power, made this perilous venture a calculated risk that resonated with their commitment to the greater good. This operation, if successful, promised to significantly alter the strategic landscape, justifying its immense risks. The initial phase of the attack unfolded exactly as Shas-el-Kiri had planned. Equipped with Black Sun filters and a disruption pod to evade detection, the Orca skimmed fast and low over the desert towards the Imperial airfield. However, as it neared its target, the airbase's anti-aircraft defenses detected its presence. They unleashed a volley of Hydra flak gunfire, scoring several hits on the approaching craft. Despite the barrage, the Orca's mission continued uninterrupted. Over the airfield, the rear ramp descended and the Tau forces sprang into action. As Hydra autocannon tracers streaked through the night, the Fire Warrior teams dashed toward the stationary Thunderbolts. At the same time, Shas-el-Kiri's crisis battlesuits targeted the Hydra platforms, quickly silencing them with precision strikes from their plasma rifles and missile pods. Amidst the chaos, an emplaced multi-laser found its mark, destroying one battlesuit in a dramatic explosion of sparks. Inside the command post, the Imperial Guard commanders, pinned down by relentless gun drone fire, desperately called for reinforcements. Sentinels, tasked with rear area security at the airbase, were the first to respond, rushing to support the beleaguered command section. The night erupted into further chaos as pulse rounds and lasgun blasts crisscrossed the airfield. Suddenly, a series of intense explosions shattered the relative quiet. One after another, the parked Thunderbolts erupted into flames, sending showers of sparks into the dark sky. Despite the successful destruction of the aircraft, the battle was far from over. Having circled back, the Orca attempted a risky landing on the runway amidst a storm of enemy fire. It returned shots with its burst cannon, but sustained severe damage. One engine caught fire, critically crippling the aircraft and eventually engulfing it in flames. With no hope of escape by air, the Tau crew was forced to abandon the burning Orca, continuing the fight on the ground as the fiery skirmish at the airfield dragged on. The mission had met its objective with the destruction of 6 aircraft and the Hydra defenses, yet for the attacking Tau teams, retreat was no longer an option. Stranded deep in enemy territory, they continued to battle throughout the night until they were ultimately overwhelmed by the defenders. The entire raiding party, including Shas-el-Kiri, met a grim fate, either killed or captured in the fierce combat. As dawn illuminated the battlefield, it revealed a landscape marked by destruction. The smoldering remains of 6 aircraft and the Hydra turrets were testament to the intensity of the night's conflict. Scattered across the field lay the wreckage of Tau battlesuits and the charred remains of the Orca, with flames still licking from its crippled hull. The airbase, now draped in acrid smoke, was strewn with the casualties of both sides, presenting a scene of utter devastation. The cost of this engagement was severe for both parties. The Imperial Navy had lost vital aircraft and faced the temporary shutdown of the airbase until the extensive debris could be cleared. The Tau, for their part, had sacrificed their entire raiding party in the operation. The long-term impact of this bold but costly strike on the broader campaign remained uncertain, with both sides assessing the strategic implications of the night's fiery ordeal. The devastating attack on the airbase marked a significant moment in the Tau's disruption campaign. Still, it was far from the end of their efforts. Night after night, the Tau continued their operations. Pathfinder teams located and targeted additional supply dumps, while stealth teams and barracudas ambushed convoys. This relentless campaign was designed to strangle the frontline regiments by severely curtailing their supply lines, and it was proving effective. Lord Marshal de Stael was also increasingly concerned about the Tau's escalating air superiority on Taros. It had become clear that the Tau had established a comprehensive network of airfields across the planet. These ranged from smaller concealed bases scattered throughout the desert to larger facilities closer to Tarakeen. At these sites, the Tau had amassed a formidable aerial force. Air Marshal Denvelt's estimates suggested the presence of at least 10 squadron-sized groups, comprising around 120 barracudas and 40 tiger sharks. This growing air threat posed a significant challenge to the Imperial forces, complicating their strategic calculations and threatening to tilt the balance of power further in favor of the Tau. Despite the relentless air assaults by the Imperial Navy fighter squadrons, the Tau forces remained undeterred, persistently taking to the skies. The situation was further exacerbated by a Tau raid on one of Air Marshal Denvelt's forward air bases, which resulted in the loss of 6 fighter aircraft in a single night. Initially, the Imperial Navy's aerial commitment to the Taros Campaign included 4 fighter, 2 bomber, and 1 tactical wing. Air Marshal Denvelt had at his command 78 fighters, predominantly Thunderbolts, along with 24 Marauder bombers and 18 Valkyrie transports. This tally did not include the aircraft assigned to the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment. As the campaign wore on, the wear and tear on this fleet intensified. Despite Denvelt's repeated requests for reinforcements and replacements, no additional aircraft were forthcoming. This lack of support strained the Imperial forces' ability to maintain air superiority. It continuously hampered their operational capabilities in the ongoing conflict. The strain of prolonged combat was beginning to tell on the squadrons. Not only were there significant losses of aircraft and aircrew, but the fuel situation was becoming critical, and the stocks of airdropped munitions were dwindling. Imperial air bases, mainly located far to the rear near the original landing zones, were initially set up by the Departamento Munitorum's engineer and labor corps. As the front line pushed forward, these bases became increasingly distant from the action, resulting in longer flight times for the aircraft and less time spent on the battlefield. Plans to move fighter bases forward had been scrapped following a Tau raid, as the risk of exposing grounded aircraft to roving stealth teams was deemed too high. In response to this threat, security at all air bases had been heightened, pulling vital forces away from the forward Imperial Guard regiments to bolster defenses. Meanwhile, the bomber squadrons relentlessly targeted Tarrakin and the Iracunda Isthmus, launching repeated air raids on the city and suspected Tau bases. However, these efforts had little impact on the Tau, who remained resolutely defensive. Efforts to strike Tau, hunter cadres scattered across the desert, consumed a disproportionate amount of munitions for minimal gain. The losses of bombers to the ever-persistent Barracudas became increasingly concerning, with 5 bombers lost in just the first 2 days of intensified attacks. Like the ground war, the air campaign was gradually slipping from the grasp of the Emperor's forces, reflecting a broader trend of attritional wear that challenged the very foundations of the Imperial strategy on Taros. Despite the considerable losses the Imperial air forces suffered, the implications for the Imperial Guardsmen on the ground were dire. They found themselves constantly at risk from low-flying Barracuda attacks. The Tau aircraft, adept at navigating the desert terrain, would often fly low, closely following the contours of valleys and ridgelines before abruptly ascending in aggressive maneuvers. Bursting from the landscape with ion cannons blazing and missiles launching, they stirred up whirlwinds of sand as they strafed the ground forces with scant cover to shield themselves. Supply convoys, vital for the sustenance of the front lines, became prime targets and bore the brunt of these assaults. With the Imperial Navy's diminished capacity and no reinforcements in sight, these convoys suffered disproportionately, contributing further to the logistical nightmare facing the ground forces. By the time Operation Comet was initiated, Air Marshal Denvelt's aerial command had been reduced to 37 fighters, 12 bombers, and 13 Valkyries. Still isolated from potential reinforcements, his fleet was stretched perilously thin, with no hope of resupply or reinforcement. This ongoing attrition in the air severely compromised the effectiveness and morale of the ground troops. The war on Taros at this stage had raged for 42 harrowing days. The once serene deserts were now littered with the remnants of countless battles, each skirmish leaving its mark on the land. Destale's men became increasingly beleaguered by the relentless onslaught of the Tau Empire's strategy. Weariness was setting in, and morale plummeted after enduring weeks of continuous raids, ambushes, strafing runs, and counterattacks. The Talon regiments, famed for their endurance, were now drained of men and equipment, and secure supply lines were a distant memory. Almost all stockpiles of food, fuel, and, most crucially, water had dwindled to dangerously low levels. The prospect of replenishing these supplies was grim, given the incessant Tau attacks on Imperial convoys. The fuel shortage had brought the offensive to a grinding halt. The once mighty Lehman Russ tanks and chimeras were now rationed, each regiment desperately conserving its dwindling supplies. However, the lack of water posed an even graver threat. In the unforgiving heat of Taros, men could not operate effectively without it. The Talon soldiers, with their innate resilience to dehydration and expertise in water conservation, were struggling as days passed with empty canteens. Under the scorching sun, guardsmen began succumbing to dehydration's effects. The growing number of casualties severely impacted the fighting capabilities of all regiments. For the Taros invasion force commanders, this was a dire omen of the greater challenges ahead. The situation was already precarious and would only deteriorate further unless a secure water supply was established. The grim reality loomed large. The guardsmen would soon face the dreadful choice of perishing from thirst in the desert or surrendering to the Tau and hoping for mercy. This latter option was unthinkable, especially with commissars nearby to enforce discipline and morale. Yet without drastic measures, de Staël's 10th Corps would soon be incapable of continuing the fight. A logistical nightmare gripped the staff of the army, growing more critical by the hour. Critical staff meeting occurred aboard de Staël's Leviathan command vehicle. Present were all the regimental commanders of the army, alongside representatives from Lord Commander Gustavus's High Command. Senior officers and staff, temporarily pulled back from their positions, crowded into de Staël's map-filled briefing room. Their objective was clear: determine how to continue the war despite the crippling supply restrictions. The atmosphere was tense, filled with heated debates and clashing opinions. Amidst this fervour, General Sikovar of the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment put forth a bold proposal that would later be known as Operation Comet. His idea was audacious but pragmatic: seize Taros's primary means of water production and turn it to their advantage. The Talon regiments had already captured several small hydro farms, some rendered useless by the Tau, and others still capable of supplying modest amounts of water. Sikovar argued that the army should focus on larger hydro-processing plants. The coastal areas of the Aestus region housed Taros's largest hydro-processing facilities, which converted the highly alkaline seawater into clean, usable water before pumping it down pipelines to Tarokeen. The centerpiece of these facilities was Hydro-Processing Plant 2330, located towards the eastern end of the Iracunda Isthmus. Capturing this plant intact would give the army a vital and substantial water supply, enabling them to push on towards Tarokeen. The idea quickly gained traction among the commanders. The prospect of securing a reliable water source was a beacon of hope amid their dire situation. If successful, Operation Comet would alleviate their logistical nightmare and provide the necessary momentum to continue their campaign against the Tau. Sikovar's plan was a pivotal turning point in the war, and its success was crucial for the Imperial forces. General Sikovar's men, the long-idle Elysian drop troops, were restless and eager for action. De Staël had previously denied Sikovar's requests for drops to support the advance. Still, the worsening situation at the front lines now demanded the deployment of these well-husbanded reserves. The Elysians, an elite, highly trained, well-equipped regiment, were perfect for this critical mission. Operation Comet presented Sikovar with the opportunity he had been waiting for, and he was given a tight 3-day deadline to plan and prepare the attack. The operation involved deploying his entire regiment to capture the hydro-processing plant. The 23rd Regiment would then hold the facility, providing a secure water supply, while a new ground offensive aimed to link up with the Elysians on the Iracunda Isthmus. De Staël had to rely on his last fresh forces to achieve this breakthrough. Key among these were the Raptor's Space Marines, whose support was crucial. Though they could provide orbital aid, their deployment on the ground as an armored breakthrough force was deemed more effective. Given their independence from the Army's supply issues, they were ideally suited to spearhead the attack. The 3rd and 12th Talon armored regiments, already heavily engaged and depleted, lacked the necessary combat power for the assault. In addition to the Space Marines, the Warhound Titans of Legio Ignatum were brought into the fray. Having arrived late and not yet committed to battle, these colossal war machines were now ready to lend their formidable firepower and speed to the offensive. Their deployment would provide a decisive advantage, with their ability to swiftly penetrate enemy defenses and facilitate a rapid advance towards the hydro plant. It was believed that the Tau had no forces on the planet capable of countering the Warhounds, making them an unstoppable force in the upcoming assault. The obvious choice for the relief column was the 114th Cadian Regiment, an entirely mechanized unit. The Cadians, having not yet seen combat on Taros, were perfectly suited for a rapid advance, given their Chimera-born infantry. Colonel Stransky, the regiment's commanding officer, received his orders. The 114th represented the last of Destale's reserves from 13th Corps, and it was clear that failing to commit these remaining forces now would surely result in losing the war. Destale ordered that the 114th be prioritized for fuel supplies, requiring the Talon regiments to turn over any remaining stockpiles. This left the Talons with only emergency fuel, effectively ending their capability to conduct offensive operations and relegating them to a purely static defense force. For the 23rd Elysian drop troops and General Sikova, the 3-day deadline to plan Operation Comet was incredibly tight. However, the Elysians were familiar with such demands, having previously planned and executed similar attacks. Sikova's regiment drew upon their extensive experience to prepare the operation swiftly. The objective was clear: seize Hydro Processing Plant 2330, with a lightning assault executed with pinpoint accuracy. Sikova emphasized to his sub-officers that the plant must be taken largely intact, with minimal collateral damage. The facility would be useless if reduced to scrap metal in capturing it. Once the attack was complete, the regiment had to hold the plant until the ground forces arrived to relieve them. This meticulously coordinated effort was essential. The 114th Cadians, with their mechanized capabilities, were critical for the rapid advancement needed to secure the plant and link up with the Elysians. Destale's decision to prioritize their fuel supplies underscored the operation's urgency and importance. The success of Operation Comet relied not only on the precision and speed of the Elysians' initial assault, but also on the timely and efficient advance of the Cadian relief column. This strategic coordination was the linchpin in ensuring that the Imperial forces could secure a vital water source and maintain their momentum in the campaign against the Tau. To transport his forces to their objective, Sikova's staff devised a plan consisting of 3 distinct airborne operations: transportation, protection, and resupply. The first step was assessing the available aircraft, as the mobility of the 23rd Regiment depended entirely on the number of aircraft at their disposal. They had enough Valkyrie airborne assault carriers to transport half the regiment in one lift. However, not all the carriers could be dedicated to the transport mission, as some were needed for resupply, and the regiment's own Vultures, along with support from an Imperial Navy fighter wing, would provide protection. Consequently, the attack had to be divided into separate lifts, with heavy equipment such as weapons and sentinels included strictly on a priority basis. A loading schedule was quickly compiled, detailing everything from the initial assault platoons and their supporting heavy equipment to extra ammunition, fuel, and enough food and water for the squads to sustain 3 days of combat. General Sikova was anxious to ensure the second lift occurred as soon as possible after the first, ideally on the same day. He knew that deploying less than half his regiment without much of their heavier equipment would leave his men vulnerable to a swift Tau counterattack. Once Operation Comet commenced, it was expected that the Tau would rapidly attempt to eliminate this new threat. Therefore, The timing of the second lift was critical. However, logistical constraints made this challenging. The distance from the Elysian airbase to the target was 1,050 kilometers, making the round trip 3 to 4 hours long. The Valkyrie transports required extra external fuel tanks for the journey to the target and back. Additionally, they needed maintenance, battle damage repairs, refueling, and a new loading schedule once the aircraft returned. Inevitably, losing aircraft and crews during the first lift would further delay the schedule. Therefore, completing 2 lifts in one day was impossible, and the second lift had to follow on day 2. Sikova was acutely aware of the urgency. He understood the speed at which the Tau could mobilize their Manta-born hunter cadres. Despite his determination to expedite the second wave, the logistical realities dictated a more measured approach. This meticulous planning and the coordination of air and ground forces underscored the immense complexity and urgency of Operation Comet. The success of this operation relied heavily on the precision and timing of these airborne lifts, coupled with the ability to withstand and repel inevitable Tau counterattacks until reinforcements arrived. General Sikava faced a crucial decision: whether to launch the attack by day or night. Nighttime would preserve the element of surprise and introduce significant challenges for his men and pilots. Only a few aircraft were equipped with night vision, and given the precision required, attacking the facility without these capabilities was too risky. Errant bombs and rockets could inflict unacceptable damage on the hydro-processing plant. Additionally, a nighttime drop using grav chutes posed dangers to the assault platoons. The sprawling industrial complex plant was difficult to navigate even in daylight. At night, limited visibility would lead to men colliding with obstacles during landing. Despite the potential for greater losses, the accuracy and reduced risk of error offered by a daylight assault made it the preferable choice. The next 3 days were filled with frantic preparation. Every task seemed urgent, but target reconnaissance was particularly critical. Sikova's men needed precise information about what awaited them on the ground. However, the necessity of surprise meant that dropping reconnaissance squads near the target was not an option. If these squads were detected or captured, surprise would be lost. With no time to infiltrate squads on foot, Sikova turned to orbital surveillance and high-altitude aerial reconnaissance using a specially equipped Marauder bomber from the bomber wing. This method minimized the risk of alerting the defenders while providing valuable images of the target area. These images could be converted into detailed maps, though they could not reveal the strength of the garrison forces. Despite the uncertainty regarding enemy strength, Sikova was confident that his regiment, bolstered by their support, would be sufficient to overpower any defenders they encountered. The precision and speed of the Elysians, combined with the strategic timing of the relief forces, were crucial. Sikova's meticulous planning and the concerted effort of his staff aimed to ensure that Operation Comet would achieve its critical objectives, securing a vital water source and maintaining the momentum in their campaign against the Tau. Detailed planning for the attack was expedited, and the assault officers were briefed on their objectives. The priority targets for the first lift were identified: the Central Control Complex, the lifting station, pumping stations 1, 2, and 3, and the holding tanks, which should already contain vast quantities of pure water. Even if the site suffered significant damage in the fighting, the water in the holding tanks would still be valuable. Secondary targets included the chlorination works, the main and reserve pumping stations, and the generator house. These targets were to be captured in the initial assault wave, with the second wave reinforcing and establishing a defensive perimeter around the entire complex in anticipation of a Tau counterattack. Upon landing with the second wave, the regimental headquarters would be set up in the administration block. The plan's daring and inherent risks became more evident as the deadline for launching Operation Comet approached. High Command had significant reservations, feeling the operation was rushed and involved too many dangers. Questions arose. Was the plan compromised by a lack of aircraft? Did the necessity of 2 separate lifts undermine the attack's effectiveness and leave the first wave too vulnerable to a Tau counterattack? The operation also suffered from insufficient reconnaissance and intelligence, increasing the risk of the relief forces' breakthrough on the Iracunda Isthmus being delayed or thwarted. Even adverse weather could impede the drop troops' ability to resupply. The 23rd Elysian Regiment faced the very real prospect of disaster, and a failed operation could cost the Imperium the war and the planet itself. Despite these strong objections, General Sikova remained resolute. He believed the mission was achievable with the forces at his disposal. Confident in his regiment's ability to capture the processing plant and hold it for 3 days against Tau retaliation, Sikova argued that the risks were no greater than those in any airborne operation. Securing the water supply would resolve the 21st Army's critical logistical problems and allow the advance to Tarakeen. Sikova envisioned Operation Comet as the turning point of the campaign. This decisive move would shift the balance in favor of the Imperium. At their barren desert airbase, surrounded by the small camo shelter tents that had served as home to the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment for the past 4 weeks, the aircraft and men of the first lift were preparing for takeoff. The scene was a hive of activity. A Valkyrie was being rearmed and refueled, ready to support the regiment's second lift, while overhead, Vulture gunships headed out on another sortie to aid those already engaged in battle. As dawn broke, the first light of day began to burn off the lingering chill of the night. The assault companies stood in neat rows, each soldier burdened with combat gear and grav chute pack. Beside them stood squads of burly stormtroopers, poised to be the first to land. Pilots, co-pilots and door gunners mounted their Valkyrie carriers and Vulture gunships, performing final pre-flight checks and powering up systems. One after another, the aircraft fired up their twin F-75MV afterburning turbojets, the noise building to a deafening crescendo as the turbines reached full speed. Once engine tests were completed, they powered down to a low rumble, rear access ramps lowered, awaiting the mission launch codeword. The tension was palpable. Every soldier, every pilot, knew the risks involved and the critical nature of the mission ahead. The success of Operation Comet hinged on this moment, as the first lift prepared to embark on its daring mission to seize Hydro Processing Plant 2330. Squad by squad, platoon by platoon, company by company, the drop troops marched into their transports, ascending the ramps and taking their seats. Once each squad was secure, the sergeant hit the ramp close button, sealing the guardsmen inside until the order to jump came. The atmosphere was electric with tension. After weeks of waiting in the deserts, the Elysians finally entered the war to confront the Tau. The takeoff was an awe-inspiring spectacle for those men assigned to the second lift, awaiting their turn. 160 Valkyries and 30 Vultures simultaneously powered up their engines, creating a deafening roar reverberating across the desert for kilometers. The aircraft began to rise one after another, kicking up swirling sand and dust as they lifted clear. To the observers, it was an unstoppable airborne armada. Wave after wave of Valkyries and Vultures climbed slowly to altitude, circling to await the other aircraft in their formations before synchronizing speeds and racing away northward. Flying in platoon formations, one behind the other in a single stream, the carriers and gunships headed to a marshalling point north of the airbase. There they rendezvoused with their air cover, fighters from the 1002nd Fighter Wing, whose role was to protect the vulnerable convoy from enemy attacks. 15 Thunderbolts flew alongside and above the Valkyries, forming a shield around the drop troops as they embarked on their daring mission to seize the plant. As the entire armada swept low over the desert floor, keeping close to the ground for maximum concealment, the rumble of its many engines grew into a thunderous roar that filled the sky. From their positions on the ground, the Talon Imperial Guardsmen looked up to see a stream of aircraft soaring overhead. Formation after formation crossed the sky, heading towards the distant horizon. The Talon were not the only witnesses to this impressive air train. From their concealed positions, scattered Tau Pathfinder and stealth suit units also observed the procession, quickly relaying the sighting back to their commanders. A major Imperial attack was imminent, though the exact target remained unknown to the Tau. For the stormtrooper squads leading the convoy, the flight towards their target lasted 2 hours, and it was fraught with peril. The journey witnessed a tragic mid-air collision that resulted in the destruction of 2 aircraft. Additionally, 1 Valkyrie transport suffered an engine failure, necessitating an emergency landing amidst the harsh desert sands. During the flight, the convoy was also targeted by Seeker missiles, guided by marker lights activated from the ground. 2 strikes were successful. 1 missile brought down a Vulture gunship, while another forced a Valkyrie, carrying Captain Logan, the commander of the 2nd Company, to perform a crash landing. This tense journey underscored the hazards faced by the Imperial forces as they moved deeper into contested skies, inching closer to a confrontation whose scale and intensity were yet to be fully realized. 10 minutes from the target, the atmosphere inside the Valkyries transporting the Elysian squads was tense. The aircraft began their ascent to jump altitude, engines straining and pitch rising, preparing for the drop. Below them, the stormtroopers maintained a lower altitude, ready to deploy directly into the fray via fast ropes, supported by circling Vulture gunships. As the Valkyries climbed, squad sergeants stirred their men to readiness. Each soldier checked his grav chute, secured his respirator, and locked his helmet visor into place. Amid the mechanical whine of hydraulic pistons and the opening of rear ramps, prayers to the Emperor were whispered. Then, with the jump lights flashing green, the assault squads leapt into the open sky, plunging towards their destination. Meanwhile, the ground of the hydro plant bristled with activity. Defended by drone sentry turrets and a garrison of human and Kroot troops, the facility was on high alert. As the drop troops descended, the vanguard of the attack over the processing plant encountered intense ground fire. The garrison, alerted by the thunderous approach of jet engines, had mobilized to repel the airborne invaders. Laser rounds and heavy bolter tracers arced downwards. Shots glanced off the aircraft's nose cones and engine cowlings as the Valkyries maneuvered into hover positions over their designated objectives. From the aircraft, winch ropes unfurled downwards. Stormtroopers slid into the heat of battle, descending directly into the combat zone. Above, Vulture gunships strafed strategic targets, their gunners trading heavy bolter fire with the ground forces. Operating under strict orders to minimize collateral damage, the Vulture pilots were restrained, unable to deploy their full firepower. This limitation added another layer of challenge to the unfolding battle. The battle for 2330 commenced mid-morning. Under Captain Malik's command, the 23rd Regiment's 3rd Company focused its efforts on the plant's lifting station and first pumping station. Captain Malik's orders were clear: capture both facilities intact and hold them until reinforcements from the 2nd lift could arrive. This mission was emblematic of the strategic engagements unfolding throughout the first assault on the plant. The operation began with 2 stormtrooper squads as the spearhead. Deployed directly onto the targets from hovering Valkyries, they were supported from above by a Vulture gunship. These elite squads were tasked with setting up homing beacons to guide the rest of Malik's company, who would grav shoot into the area. Once regrouped, the company's strategic plan saw the 1st platoon directed to assault the pumping station. In contrast, the 2nd and 3rd platoons focused on taking the lifting station. The 4th platoon was held in reserve to reinforce the defenses once both objectives were secured. The heavy weapons platoon was distributed strategically. Fire support squads joined the 2nd and 3rd platoons, mortars were assigned to the reserve squads, and anti-tank teams were positioned with Captain Malik to support the main assault. However, the first 2 stormtrooper squads encountered unexpected resistance upon landing. They were immediately met with intense fire from drone sentry turrets, which, equipped with disruption field generators, had evaded prior aerial reconnaissance. The squads were pinned down despite quickly deploying their beacons, suffering heavy casualties. It was only after targeted strikes from the supporting Vulture gunship that the turrets were finally silenced. By then, the damage was significant, leaving the pumping station firmly in the hands of a well-prepared garrison of human auxiliaries. This initial phase set the tone for the intense and grueling combat, defining the battle to control the hydro-processing facilities. As the stormtroopers engaged the enemy, Malik's men rapidly hit the ground, discarding their grav-chute packs and swiftly reorganizing into squads around their sergeants. The air was thick with gunfire, explosions, and the roar of jet engines as the processing plant became a battlefield. Quickly regrouped, the responsibility fell to 1st Platoon to clear the defenders from the pumping station. Leading the charge with Commissar Graal, Captain Malik approached the pumping station only to find the defenders deeply entrenched and resolutely tenacious. Malik and his 1st Platoon exchanged intense volleys with the defenders in the thick of a heavy firefight. Determined to break the deadlock, Malik led the assault, rallying his troops with the regiment's cry, "From the skies." Amidst the chaos of exploding fragmentation grenades, his squads engaged in fierce close-quarters combat, quickly overpowering the human defenders only to encounter Kroot mercenaries, a far more formidable adversary. The savage hand-to-hand combat proved too much for the Imperial forces. Despite their initial success, 1st Platoon was forced to retreat under the cover of frag and crack missiles. During the tumultuous withdrawal, Captain Malik was killed, his body gruesomely displayed within the pumping station's pipework. With their initial assault repelled and their commanding officer dead, Commissar Graal stepped forward to take command of the beleaguered Elysian forces. As he began to rally the troops, including the surviving stormtroopers, urgent reports came in. A squadron of Tau Tiger Shark bombers was rapidly approaching. The battle escalated, with each side increasing their commitment to the fight. The Tiger Sharks swooped over the plant, releasing clouds of drones that swarmed over the battlefield. Clearly, the Tau were mobilizing all available resources to defend the plant. Despite the reinforcements and continued fierce resistance from the Kroot entrenched in cover, Commissar Graal prepared his forces for another determined assault to secure the plant. To orchestrate a renewed assault on the pumping station, Graal dispatched a runner to the mortar squad, ordering a preparatory bombardment to soften up the defenders. Hunkered down amongst the pipes, storage tanks, and debris of the industrial complex, the guardsmen awaited the impact of the mortar shells. Once the barrage had sufficiently disrupted the enemy, driven forward by their commissar, they launched a second charge against the pumping station. This time the fighting was fierce, but slightly less formidable than before. The preliminary mortar strikes had effectively rattled the Kroot defenders. The guardsmen, rallying after the barrage, swept forward and overpowered the remaining resistance, securing control of the facility. Graal wasted no time calling forth the 4th Platoon to bolster their position. As the Kroot attempted a countercharge, they were met by a robust line of guardsmen. Outnumbered this time, the majority of the Xenos attackers were cut down under a relentless hail of lasgun fire. The victory at Pumping Station 1 came at a steep cost. Over half of the 1st Platoon and the stormtroopers had been killed or wounded, and the infrastructure of the pumping station itself had suffered extensive damage due to the combat and shelling. By dusk fell on a long day of combat. The hydroprocessing had been fully secured by the Elysian drop troops, with all primary and secondary objectives under their control. Despite the victory, enemy stragglers and snipers still lurked among the industrial wreckage. Cautiously, squads of drop troopers patrolled the network of holding tanks and pipelines, flushing out any remaining foes. The garrison had mounted a surprisingly tenacious defense throughout the day. Outnumbered and outmatched by the Elysians' aerial firepower, the human traitors and their Kroot allies had nevertheless fought with unexpected ferocity, inflicting considerable damage to the plant. On the second day of Operation Comet, dubbed the Crisis of the Second Lift, the procedure of the previous day was replicated. The second wave of troops was loaded and launched at dawn to reinforce those already on the ground. Overnight, the Elysian forces had secured the hydro plant, rounded up any stragglers, and established a defensive perimeter. The troops from the second lift were set to parachute directly into this secured zone to bolster its defenses. Unlike the initial operation, the element of surprise was no longer on their side. The Tau, aware of the previous day's events, were prepared and actively mobilizing forces to the processing plant, with Mantas loading up fresh hunter cadres. The first lift had managed to bypass Tau defenses with minimal resistance, but the second wave faced a much more formidable challenge. The Tau redirected all available Barracudas to intercept the air train. The Valkyries and Vultures, despite being powerful aircraft, found themselves outmatched in agility and firepower by the high-performance Tau jet fighters. As the second lift neared the target, an intense aerial battle ensued between the Imperial Navy's Thunderbolts and the Tau Barracudas. The sky became a chaotic battlefield as seasoned pilots from both sides, now familiar with each other's tactics, engaged in fierce dogfights, strafing each other with autocannon and burst cannon fire. Amidst these duels, the transport aircraft raced toward their objective, but the Barracudas that managed to penetrate the protective screen wreaked havoc on the formations. The Valkyries, scattered like sheep before wolves, attempted desperate maneuvers to evade the Tau attackers, resulting in 7 being shot down. This disruption had a significant impact over the target area. Many units on the ground had been anticipating reinforcements that now were delayed or disoriented due to the scattering of their air transports. Confusion reigned as squads became lost and intermingled. Despite the dire circumstances and unexpected losses, the remaining Valkyries pressed on bravely, determined to deliver their troops to support the besieged ground forces. As dawn broke over the desert, the Tau initiated their counterattack, challenging the weary Elysian platoons who had endured the previous day's intense combat. Low on ammunition and entrenched around the hydro plant, the drop troopers watched as the ominous silhouettes of the dreaded Mantas appeared on the horizon. Shimmering in the morning heat haze, these formidable craft began to deploy their cargoes, signaling that the Tau onslaught was imminent. Positioned strategically around the perimeter, transforming buildings into heavy weapons strong points, manning walkways, taking cover behind steel piping barricades, or hunkering down in slit trenches and behind sandbagged positions. The tense, dusty, hollow-eyed drop troopers prepared for the assault. Isolated and surrounded on 3 sides with their backs to the sea, they faced the disconcerting possibility that the Tau attack could surge from almost any direction. As they checked their weapons and sharpened their knives for what could be the last time, the guardsmen found a glimmer of hope in the knowledge that the second lift of reinforcements was en route, closing in by the minute. Following closely behind was the Imperial Guard relief column, even now making its way across the vast desert towards their position. The Elysian guardsmen steeled themselves for the battle ahead, knowing they must fight fiercely and hold their ground until the much-needed reinforcements could break through to their position. The battle at dawn commenced with a ferocious onslaught from Tau Tiger Shark bombers, swooping in low, just as they had the day before. This time, however, rather than deploying drones, the bombers unleashed a barrage of missiles and ion cannons that hammered the hydro processing plant with relentless fire. The Tau's objective was clear: to soften the Elysian defenses in preparation for the ground assault. Amidst the chaos of explosions that enveloped the plant, the Imperial Guardsmen could do little more than cling to their cover and brace for the bombardment to cease. As the roar of the aerial attack gradually subsided, it was swiftly replaced by the ominous whine of approaching jet engines. From multiple directions, devilfish transports and hammerhead tanks advanced, and the silhouettes of fire warriors, brandishing their long pulse rifles, began to advance into effective range. Accompanying them were the formidable battlesuits, signaling the full onset of the Tau attack. The Tau forces engaged with a calculated and unrelenting ferocity, pummeling the Elysians with a barrage of heavy weapons and concentrated pulse fire. Outgunned in the long-range firefight, the Guardsmen nonetheless managed to mount a robust defense. Their own heavy weapons, including mortars and sentinels, retaliated fiercely, cutting through the no-man's land to strike at the advancing Tau. Despite the intensity of the Tau firepower, the Elysians, well dug in and camouflaged, held their ground. The entrenched guardsmen were not going to be dislodged by firepower alone. It would take close-quarters combat with grenades and brutal hand-to-hand fighting to uproot them. For now, their attackers hesitated to escalate to such bloody tactics, providing the Elysians a crucial respite to fortify their defenses and prepare for the inevitable escalation of the battle. As the firefight intensified around the perimeter of the hydro-processing plant, the Valkyries and their escorting gunships from the second lift appeared over the southern horizon, climbing to jump altitude. Inside, the men were poised for deployment directly into the thick of battle. Reinforcements had finally arrived, offering a chance to balance the scales. As the second lift commenced their drop, they were immediately subjected to the heaviest Tau fire. General Sikova, peering down from the rear ramp of his Valkyrie, was afforded a clear view of the battlefield below. He could see the Tau armored vehicles and infantry formations spread out beneath him, and the barrage of fire that awaited his troops. Moments later, he too jumped, plunging through the dense curtain of weapon fire unleashed by the Tau forces. As he descended, the battle's chaos unfolded around him. One Valkyrie, its engines ablaze, spiraled down to crash in a fiery explosion on the desert floor, while another was struck by a missile and plummeted into the sea. In a desperate bid to avoid the Tau's relentless anti-aircraft fire, the Valkyrie pilots executed emergency evasive maneuvers. This reactive piloting disrupted the carefully orchestrated drop formation, scattering the drop troops across the vast desert around the target. Some managed to land within the safety of the perimeter. Others were less fortunate, meeting their end in the toxic sea or among hostile Tau forces, where they were shot down mid-descent. This disarray among the reinforcements added another layer of complexity and peril to an already fierce battle. As the surviving Valkyries retreated, their frames battered and engines faltering, they were followed by the Vultures, which had swooped into the fray to unleash rockets and autocannon fire upon the Tau. Limited by their fuel capacities, these aircraft could only engage briefly before needing to return to base for refueling. Their pilots did their utmost to support the ground forces before having to withdraw alongside the damaged Valkyries. Upon learning of General Sikova's incapacitating injury, Colonel Balach, the regiment's second-in-command, was thrust into the leadership role for all ground operations. Positioned atop the administration block, he observed the Vultures' aerial maneuvers, darting through the desert skies, evading enemy fire, and intermittently rising to discharge their payloads. It became evident to Colonel Balach that robust air support was critical, not only for holding back the advancing Tau, but also for the survival of his regiment, now caught in an intense battle. Recognizing the dire need for additional aerial reinforcements, Colonel Balach urgently communicated with General de Stael's headquarters. His message was clear and pressing. Holding objective, surrounded by enemy forces in great strength. Urgently require air support to sustain perimeter. Please advise on likely ETA of relief force. The desperate plea for support from Colonel Balach was heard loud and clear, not only by Lord Marshal de Stael but also by Tau commanders who intercepted the communication from within their manta. As the Imperial Navy scrambled a fighter wing to provide the urgently needed air support, Tau Barracudas were swiftly vectored to intercept them. At this juncture, the full impact of the Tau's earlier audacious raid on the airbase was felt profoundly by the Imperial forces. With the bulk of the Imperial Navy's fighters already deployed in support of the relief column and covering the air train's return to base, this additional call to action severely strained the remaining resources. No replacement aircraft had been received since the onset of the campaign, and fuel supplies were dwindling. Ultimately, only 6 airworthy Thunderbolts were available to respond to the new mission, a number starkly inadequate for the task at hand. As they approached the target area, the 6 Thunderbolts encountered a squadron of 12 Barracudas. Outnumbered and outmaneuvered, 4 of the Imperial fighters were swiftly shot down, forcing the 2 surviving Thunderbolts to retreat to base. Colonel Balach's hope for air support evaporated, leaving his forces isolated and vulnerable. Back at Plant 2330, the situation remained tense as sporadic firefights continued throughout the rest of the day and into the night. The Tau, rather than launching an immediate full-scale assault, opted to besiege the Imperial defenders. They maintained pressure with long-range weapons fire, content to slowly erode the defenders' resolve, while conserving their forces for a decisive, final push to reclaim the plant. With the Imperial Navy unable to provide the needed assistance, the 23rd Elysians were left to depend on their resources, notably the Vulture gunships. After a quick return to base to rearm and refuel, these gunships resumed their sorties, endeavoring to provide continuous, albeit intermittent, air cover for the troops on the ground. Due to the significant distance between their base and the battlefield, their presence over the combat zone was brief yet persistent. Throughout the day and into the night, they made repeated runs over the battlefield, their attacks marked by the bright trails of missile launches and the distant sounds of exploding warheads. After 2 days and nights of relentless combat, 2330 lay in ruins. The ongoing exchange of heavy weapons fire between Tau forces and Elysian counterattacks had transformed the area into a desolate scene of destruction. The landscape was now marred by mortar craters and strewn with pipes, twisted and charred remains, along with splintered steel and ash debris. The remains of the dead added a somber note to the scene. Defensive positions were improvised among the husks of burned-out sentinels and the remnants of half-destroyed water and chemical storage tanks, their contents spilled into the sand. The survivors maneuvered within this devastated setting, taking cover in the steel jungle. Their uniforms were ragged, dirtied and blood-stained, testaments to the harsh conditions of their environment. Exhaustion had set in from 2 days and nights of non-stop combat, compounded by the constant threat of another Tau offensive. Sleep was a luxury few could afford, leaving the troops weary and on edge, barely hanging on as they awaited the possibility of further Tau assaults under the cover of darkness. After enduring a relentless long-range bombardment the previous day, the surrounding Tau forces moved in to decisively conclude their assault. Fully aware of the approaching Imperial relief column, the Tau aimed to swiftly dismantle the remaining defenses of the beleaguered Elysians. As dawn broke, the Tau deployed their most formidable asset. A manta swooped ominously over the hydro plant, casting a foreboding shadow that likened it to a predatory bird descending upon its prey. The Elysians needed to prepare to counter the devastating firepower of the manta. Its drone-controlled burst cannon turrets unleashed a relentless barrage, effectively pinning down the guardsmen amidst a storm of fire. Under this covering fire, Tau battlesuits advanced, paving the way for the following fire warrior teams. This coordinated assault intensified the pressure on the already beleaguered Elysian forces, who struggled to maintain any semblance of resistance under the crushing might of the Tau offensive. As the Tau forces advanced under the formidable cover of their manta, they deployed their heaviest weapons at point-blank range, overwhelming the Elysian defenders. Despite a valiant resistance and support from Vulture gunships attempting to engage the manta, the Elysians were significantly outmatched. Methodically, the Tau cleared the ruins, dominating each section as the Elysians either fell back bravely or perished. By mid-afternoon, only fragmented pockets of resistance lingered around the control complex and the causeway leading to the primary treatment center. In a poignant turn of events, the Tau commander proposed a ceasefire, urging the remaining Elysian defenders to surrender. He reasoned with Colonel Balak, arguing that further resistance would only result in pointless carnage. The battle was decisively lost, and no relief forces were forthcoming. To continue fighting was to embrace a futile end. Colonel Balak, though wounded, staunchly refused to capitulate and resolved to continue the fight. By nightfall, his determination proved fatal. He perished, and the 23rd Elysian Regiment was nearly obliterated. The aftermath saw the Tau fire warriors gathering the few surviving Elysians, including the captured General Sikova. These prisoners were disarmed and loaded into the cavernous holds of the Tau mantas. Soon after, more of these colossal transports arrived, retrieving the hunter cadres for redeployment. The battlefield they left behind was a haunting vista of destruction, enveloped in smoke and strewn with the debris of war and the fallen. Operation Comet, a desperate bid to turn the tide of the conflict, had ended in stark failure. As the offensive toward Tarakeen ended, the confrontations between the Talon regiments and the Tau forces had diminished significantly. The Talons, managing only minor advances, continued to exert pressure through harassing artillery fire. However, constrained by a severe shortage of supplies and critically low water reserves, they were compelled to dig in and conserve their remaining resources. In their entrenched positions, the guardsmen laid minefields and strung razor wire to fortify their defenses. While the Imperial Guard halted their advance, the Tau refrained from significant counterattacks, choosing to conserve their strength for future engagements. The stasis in direct combat was a tactical interlude that weighed heavily on Operation Comet's success and potentially the war's broader outcome. Relief forces needed to reach the isolated drop troops within 3 days to sustain the campaign and prevent a complete rout. However, a critical breakthrough needed to be achieved at the western end of the isthmus before any such relief could be effectively mobilized. This strategic choke point, flanked by narrow strips of land bordered by seas and lakes, would funnel the advancing ground forces directly into the concentrated firepower of the Tau hunter cadres. As the war on Taros intensified, the Talon regiments were critically depleted. The long and arduous drive north had cost them dearly, consuming the lives of many soldiers and the bulk of their armored strength. With the campaign reaching a pivotal stage, the success of Operation Comet became increasingly crucial. In response, Lord Marshal de Stael turned to the most capable forces remaining at his disposal. First among these were the Raptor's Space Marines under Captain Aurelius. Until now, the Battle Brothers had been held in reserve, seeing limited ground action. The time had come to deploy them fully. The Space Marines, known for their formidable combat prowess, were designated the spearhead for the next critical thrust. They would be supported by the titanic might of the Titans from Legio Ignatum. These colossal war machines, among the largest the Imperium deployed on Taros, presented a formidable challenge that the Tau were unlikely to match. Together, these elite units were tasked with breaking through the narrow passageways of the Iracunda Isthmus. Their objective was clear: to sweep aside Tau resistance and open the corridor for the mechanized forces of the 114th Cadian Regiment. This concerted push was designed to create a decisive breakthrough, allowing the Cadians to advance northward and secure the strategically vital Plant 2330. This critical operation was set to commence concurrently with the Elysians' Operation Comet, synchronizing efforts across different fronts to maximize the impact and momentum of the Imperial campaign. The stakes were high, and the outcome of these coordinated actions would likely determine the fate of the Imperial forces on Taros. Captains Aurelius and Cades meticulously coordinated the Space Marines' preparations for a formidable armored assault. Thunderhawk transporters buzzed with activity, descending from the orbiting war Talon to deliver their cargo to the surface of Taros. This cargo was not mere supplies, but the engines of war: land raiders, predators, whirlwinds, and rhinos, all crucial to the operation's success. As these vehicles were unloaded, Tech Marines busied themselves arming and blessing each piece of machinery, preparing them for the battle ahead. The warriors of the 2nd and 6th Companies assembled, readying themselves for what was to be a heavily armored engagement. These companies were not alone. The 3rd Company's squads were brought planetside aboard the Thunderhawks, which touched down in the designated assembly area just west of the northern entrance to the isthmus. The stage was set for a rapid and decisive strike. The planet attack was designed to catch the Tau off guard, leveraging the element of surprise to minimize their time to react. It was to be an overwhelming display of force, spearheaded by the formidable armor of the Raptors chapter. This armored thrust would be backed by the devastating firepower of the Warhound Titans. Just behind these spearheads, the 114th Regiment was positioned, ready to advance swiftly once the path was clear, aiming to provide crucial relief to the besieged forces at 2330. This synchronized military maneuver was crafted to breach the Tau defenses and decisively break through them, altering the balance of power in this critical sector. As the Space Marines meticulously assembled their formidable force, the Warhound Titans of Legio Ignatum were already going northward through the vast deserts. They were not alone in this advance. Accompanying them were the extensive formations of chimeras from the Cadian Regiment. This marked a significant escalation in the campaign, for it was the first time the Tau would face the full combined might of an actual Imperial army, an entire force of the Imperium's fighting units committed as one cohesive and overwhelming entity. Simultaneously, some 800 kilometers to the south, the air was filled with the roar of engines as the Valkyries and Vultures of the Elysian Drop Troop Regiment took to the skies. Their mission was critical and timely, coinciding with the Space Marines and Warhounds' offensive maneuvers. These airborne units were headed for the northern end of the entrance to the Isthmus, a strategic point crucial to the operation's overall success. Their primary objective was to eliminate Tau resistance in the area, creating a vital gap through which the Imperial Guard could advance swiftly, piercing through the enemy's lines and securing a path for further tactical maneuvers. This concerted effort represented a pivotal moment in the campaign, aiming to capitalize on the shock and disarray among the Tau forces as the full spectrum of the Imperium's military capacity was brought to bear. As the imposing Warhound Titans, each standing 14 meters tall, advanced across the desert, their movements did not go unnoticed. The Tau's Pathfinder forward observers, ever vigilant, quickly spotted these colossal machines making their way forward. The Tau were well prepared for an assault, and their response was swift, with hunter cadres mobilizing at the call from their scouts. In previous encounters, the Tau had effectively utilized their long-range weaponry to devastate Leman Russ tanks and chimeras from a distance. However, this time they were confronted with a new class of adversary. The Titans were not only armed with massive weaponry. Still, they were also shielded by protective void shields, presenting a formidable challenge that shifted the tactical advantage towards the Imperium. This change in their opponent's nature promised to alter the battle's dynamics. The Tau, who had previously capitalized on their superior range and mobility, would now need to contend with the raw power and resilience of the Imperium's titanic war machines. This confrontation was set to be a pivotal clash, distinctly different from their earlier skirmishes. As the Warhound Titans engaged the Tau hammerheads at maximum range, their massive turbo lasers unleashed devastating blasts. Accompanying this formidable artillery were the Space Marines, swiftly advancing with their land raiders leading the charge, supported closely by whirlwinds and flanked by predators. This aggressive push forced the Tau into a position where retreat was no longer an option. They had to stand and fight, a scenario that played directly into the hands of the Space Marines. The Raptor Strike Force, renowned for their speed, accuracy, and aggressive tactics, rapidly closed the distance. They began effectively employing their highly accurate las cannons, tearing into the Tau defenses. Devastator squads, disembarking from rhinos, added their considerable firepower to the fray, amplifying the onslaught. The Tau, caught off guard by the intensity and precision of the attack, suffered heavy losses. Amidst this chaos, the Warhounds continued their relentless advance, protected by their void shields against incoming railgun fire. The obliteration of Tau vehicles marked each step forward, their wreckage crushed underfoot by the Titans' massive strides. For the first time in the Taros Campaign, the Tau found themselves overpowered, forced to retreat as columns of smoke from the burning remains of their machines filled the desert air. The Warhounds, undeterred and unstoppable, pressed forward, eradicating anything that dared remain in their path. Moving in concert with these titanic machines, the Space Marines swept through the broken Tau lines. This combined force of Titans and Space Marines cleaved through the Tau defenses, thrusting deep into enemy territory and effectively opening the route onto the Iracunda Isthmus. This dramatic breach signaled a significant turning point in the battle, with the wreckage of Tau defenders left scattered across the desert. As the battle waged on, the Tau forces, bolstered by the arrival of a fresh hunter cadre, regrouped and intensified their assault. This resurgence of activity brought with it the deployment of a new and formidable weapon that no Imperial commander had previously encountered, a new mark of the Tiger Shark aircraft. This advanced model made a dramatic entrance, skimming so low over the desert terrain that it kicked up a substantial dust cloud before it ascended slightly over a shallow rise to engage its targets. From its wings, missiles launched quickly, blazing through the air and striking the Warhound Advensis Primaris. The initial salvo flared brightly against the Titan's void shields, the sheer volume of the explosive onslaught momentarily overwhelming the shield generators. With the void shields disabled, the Tiger Shark's twin railguns took their chance, delivering 2 hypersonic rounds that struck the Warhound squarely in its hull. The impact of these powerful shots penetrated the thick armor plates, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that scattered molten shrapnel across the desert. The attack critically damaged the mighty Warhound, a symbol of Imperial dominance. Reeling from the impacts, it staggered backward, tottering unsteadily. To the shock and dismay of the Imperial forces watching, the colossal machine faltered and then fell, crashing down onto the sands in an unexpected and demoralizing monumental defeat. The fall of the Warhound marked a significant moment in the battle, underscoring the harsh realities of war and the ever-evolving capabilities of the Tau armaments. The once prevailing belief among Imperial commanders that Titans were virtually impervious to all but the most formidable Manta firepower was abruptly shattered. The Tau Empire had unveiled a new tactical weapon capable of toppling these colossal war machines. The devastation wrought on Advensis Primaris was a stark testament to this new reality. As the sands settled around its smouldering wreckage, the crew inside, including High Princeps Jernay, were found dead, victims of excruciating pain transmitted through the Titan's mind impulse controls. This loss was both bitter and unexpected, prompting the remaining 3 Titans to withdraw from the battlefield rather than risk further devastating strafing runs. Despite the retreat, their primary objective had been achieved. The path was now clear for the 114th Cadians to press their advance northwards. Meanwhile, the Space Marines and their accompanying Warhounds had managed to cover the required 50 kilometers in just a day of intense fighting. Skirmishes persisted throughout the day, as Space Marine patrols diligently sought out and engaged any remaining Tau forces, including stragglers and Pathfinder teams that dared venture back onto the battlefield. In the wake of the frontline's advance, the engines of the Cadians thundered to life, signaling the beginning of their northward thrust, even as the Imperial forces regrouped and pushed forward after the shocking loss of one of their Titans. Despite the strategic advances made, the destruction of Advensis Primaris cast a long shadow over the Imperial forces, underscoring a grave and evolving threat. The Tau, learning from previous encounters with the Imperium's formidable war machines, had evidently adapted their strategy and capabilities significantly. The Tau's hunter cadres had historically struggled against the Titan's overwhelming might. However, this recent engagement marked a stark reversal in their fortunes. Introducing the newly modified Tiger Shark revealed a significant shift in Tau military technology. This aircraft had been substantially upgraded to incorporate 2 heavy railguns, a notable enhancement that involved sacrificing its standard payload and ion cannon. This adaptation endowed the Tiger Shark with a level of firepower that was traditionally reserved for the larger Mantas or even spacecraft. This development was not just a tactical adjustment, but a strategic recalibration of the Tau's approach to warfare against the Imperium's most powerful assets. The ability of the Tau to innovate and respond to the challenges posed by Titan-class adversaries posed a new set of challenges for the Imperial commanders, signaling a potentially worrying trend in the escalating arms race on Taros. The successful completion of the Raptor's attack marked the commencement of the 114th Cadian Regiment's crucial mission. Tasked with relieving the besieged Elysian drop troops at the Hydro plant, the mechanized regiment, mounted in Chimera armored carriers, faced a daunting race against time. They had 2 days to traverse 150 kilometers of hostile desert terrain, which was potentially infiltrated by enemy forces. With the Space Marines and Warhounds cleared the path, the Imperial Guard, led by Colonel Stransky, surged forward. The vanguard was formed by reconnaissance units in Salamander scout vehicles, adept at navigating and securing the challenging desert landscape. The leading infantry platoons were following closely, advancing in disciplined formations within their chimeras. The regiment's artillery support was notably adjusted for the operation's demands. Griffin mortar carriers were chosen over the slower Basilisk artillery due to their mobility and suitability for rapid maneuvers. Colonel Stransky, drawing on lessons from previous encounters where heavy artillery had hindered operational speed, decided against deploying the Basilisks. This decision underscored the regiment's need for swift, direct engagement capabilities, prioritizing speed and responsiveness over the heavy, albeit powerful, indirect fire the Basilisks could provide. This strategic choice was complemented by support from the Imperial Navy, whose aircraft patrolled the skies above, safeguarding the advancing columns. The urgency of the mission left no room for delays. The Elysians, already engaged in heavy combat to secure the hydro plant, depended crucially on the timely arrival of the Cadians. Every element of the operation was streamlined to ensure that the regiment could make the rapid advance required, making this mission not just a battle for territory, but a race against time to prevent the collapse of the front lines and ensure a foothold in the region. As the chimeras of the 114th Cadian Regiment thundered northwards, their tracks grinding through the desert sands, they threw up towering columns of dust that could be seen for miles, an unmistakable signal of their advance that the Tau could not ignore. Despite this, the Tau were grappling with the aftermath of their heaviest losses yet, a consequence of the recent Imperial breakthrough. In response, they had begun loading hunter cadres into mantas, preparing to counter the imminent threat to their positions, particularly around the Elysian drop zone. Confronted with a tactical dilemma, the Tau commanders debated their limited options. The advancing Chimera columns, driving deep into Tau territory, presented a significant challenge. The Tau needed to decide whether to commit their forces to halt the armored advance or to concentrate their efforts on overwhelming the already engaged Elysian drop troops. Attacking the column could allow the Elysians to sustain their defense longer. Conversely, if the Elysians were overwhelmed, the Cadians would arrive only to find their comrades annihilated, with no one left to relieve. The Tau chose a strategic path to let the Cadians advance, focusing instead on delaying them, rather than attempting a direct halt or destruction. This would buy time for a decisive engagement at the hydro processing plant. To this end, the Tau employed light forces, pathfinders supported by piranhas and devilfish-mounted fire warriors, for harassment tactics. These units were tasked with setting ambushes and conducting sniping missions to slow the Cadians, avoiding open combat where possible. As the Cadian armored columns surged across the desert, Pathfinder teams on tetraspeeders moved ahead of the advance. They were deployed to scout the Cadians' movements and lay the groundwork for potential engagements, dropping remote sensor towers from orcas to enhance their operational intelligence. Meanwhile, the main Tau forces, consisting of hunter cadres, were directed to execute a concentrated attack on Plant 2330. Their orders were explicit: overwhelm the plant's defenders within 2 days, aiming for a swift and decisive victory that would secure the area before the Imperial reinforcements could turn the tide of the battle. From the elevated position in the cupola of his command Chimera, Colonel Snake Stransky had a commanding view of his regiment's advance. The sight before him was impressive, a well-ordered progression of companies, each followed closely by another, with a screen of reconnaissance units leading the way. Chimera after chimera roared across the desert sands, their engines thundering a relentless beat. Above, the sky was etched with the contrails of Imperial Navy thunderbolts, crisscrossing in vigilant support of the ground forces. The initial day of the advance was marked by a conspicuous absence of enemy contact, lending a deceptive calm to the march. However, the tranquility of the first day gave way to sudden and intense action on the second. Stransky's scouts and the vanguard platoons were abruptly engaged by Tau forces, emerging from concealment to strike. This engagement marked the first encounter with Tau observation towers, tall, thin structures that allowed the enemy to direct their attacks with devastating precision. Under this new threat, several chimeras were destroyed by Seeker missile strikes, seemingly materializing from thin air. Each Tau assault forced the targeted Imperial units to halt, disembark their troops, and initiate a countersearch to eliminate the threat. These skirmishes significantly impeded the regiment's progress. In response, Colonel Stransky issued orders to adjust their tactics. Only units directly attacked were to engage the enemy. All others were to continue advancing, bypassing the conflict zones. This directive aimed to maintain the momentum of the advance, despite the risk of stretching his forces across a widening front. Stransky's decision underscored a pragmatic approach to warfare, acknowledging the setbacks, but refusing to let them derail the overarching mission of the regiment. On the second morning of the advance, the 114th Regiment's momentum was sharply disrupted by 6 Tau ambushes, each resulting in losses and significant delays. The vigorous, unimpeded charge of the previous day had devolved into a fragmented, stop-start engagement. This relentless pattern of attack successfully stalled the regiment's progress, causing them to fall considerably behind schedule. By nightfall, they found themselves still 30 kilometers short of their intended destination. Further compounding the situation, troubling news arrived from the hydro-processing plant. Communications with Colonel Balach and the defenders had been lost. The Army command was left in the dark, with no clear understanding of the current conditions or the well-being of their forces at Plant 2330. In response to this dire situation, Colonel Stransky, driven by a mix of urgency and desperation, decided to take decisive action. That night, he organized a long-range patrol, determined to break through to the processing plant at any cost. Operating under the cover of darkness, this mission was to be spearheaded by the regiment's fastest vehicles, the Salamanders. Stransky, demonstrating his leadership and commitment, led this critical mission personally. This bold maneuver was a calculated risk, aimed at re-establishing contact with the besieged defenders and gaining a tactical foothold, crucial for the Imperial forces' survival in the fierce battle for Taros. As dawn approached, the 8 Salamander patrols raced across the desert, their engines pushing the limits of their power in a desperate effort to reach the hydro-processing plant. Despite their best efforts, they arrived 4 hours later than planned, a delay that proved critical. As the first light of day broke, Colonel Stransky and his Cadian reconnaissance crews were the first to witness the aftermath of the Tau onslaught. The scene that greeted them was one of utter devastation. The hydro-processing plant lay in ruins, a smouldering landscape of twisted pipes and ruptured storage tanks. The air was thick with smoke and dust, shrouding the debris of what had been a fierce battle. Navigating through the rubble, the patrols encountered remnants of the fierce combat that had taken place. Burned-out sentinels and crash sites of Valkyrie aircraft dotted the terrain, alongside destroyed Tau devil fish and battlesuits. The ground was littered with the bodies of both Imperial and Tau forces. Fires from the conflict still burned, casting a haunting glow over the quiet devastation. This silence was a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous days. It was a solemn moment for Colonel Stransky and his men as they took in the scale of the loss and destruction, realizing the dire consequences of their delayed arrival. As the main body of the 114th Regiment arrived a few hours after dawn, the somber task of searching the ruins for survivors began. The Cadian guardsmen combed through the wreckage with a growing sense of futility. It quickly became apparent that no survivors were found. The Tau had been devastatingly thorough in their assault. By mid-afternoon, faced with the grim reality that there was nothing left to salvage, Colonel Stransky made the difficult decision to order his regiment to withdraw back to the Talon lines. The realization that the hydro-processing plant could no longer serve its function as a water supply, combined with the utter destruction of the facility, rendered any further occupation pointless. His troops traversed over 150 kilometers through hostile territory and were forced to confront the harsh truth that their efforts had been in vain. In a solemn procession, the regiment mounted up and began their retreat, leaving behind the blackened remains of what had once been a critical objective. The mission, undertaken with high hopes and the heavy burden of necessity, had ended in failure. The failure of Operation Comet dealt a severe blow to Lord Commander Gustavus's high command, sending shockwaves through the imperial leadership as the war on Taros against the Tau escalated unfavorably. This defeat not only signified a tactical setback, but also precipitated a crisis within the army's command structure, highlighting deeper issues that extended beyond the battlefield. In the wake of this debacle, Commissar General Mordred van Horsich made an abrupt appearance on board the command ship Righteous Power. His arrival coincided with an ongoing Imperial Navy briefing, yet he insisted on an immediate audience with Lord Commander Gustavus. Despite the efforts of the guardsmen stationed at the door to maintain protocol and manage interruptions during the critical meeting, Van Horsich's determination proved unstoppable. Asserting his authority with a fierce determination typical of his office, Van Horsich threatened to arrest anyone who dared obstruct his path. With this formidable declaration, he barged into the meeting room, underscoring the urgency of his concerns and the gravity of the situation at hand. Lord Commander Gustavus maintained a stoic demeanor as Commissar General Mordred van Horsich delivered his stern directives. The Commissar General decreed the removal of the entire staff of the army, citing their failure in their duty to the Emperor. In his view, while losses in battle were acceptable, outright failure was intolerable. He pointed out that the surface campaign on Taros had devolved into a shambles, and the planet was perilously close to slipping from the Imperium's grasp. Specifically, he commanded that Lord Marshal de Stael be replaced by the Commissar General himself. Unbeknownst to Van Horsich, however, his plans and opinions were familiar to Gustavus. The Lord Commander had been forewarned of the Commissar General's intentions, thanks to intelligence from one of Colonel Scheer's informers. This foreknowledge allowed Gustavus to prepare for the encounter, understanding fully that Van Horsich, within his rights, intended to assume command over the faltering operation. Despite acknowledging the Commissar's authority to make such changes, Gustavus harbored reservations, especially regarding the fate of Lord Marshal de Stael. The Lord Marshal had served the Imperial Guard with loyalty and dedication, and Gustavus believed he deserved a fate better than the summary execution that seemed to loom at the hands of Van Horsich. Colonel Scheer was dispatched to the surface with sealed orders for Lord Marshal de Stael that fateful morning. The orders were grim. De Stael was to be relieved of his command and faced two severe choices. He could either surrender to Colonel Scheer and be taken to the brig aboard the Righteous Power to await trial, or assume command of a frontline platoon and lead a counterattack against the Tau, a mission from which his return was doubtful. Exhausted by his relentless efforts and deeply stung by the defeat of Operation Comet, de Stael requested that Colonel Scheer wait outside while he pondered his decision. Scheer, standing in the cramped corridor of the Leviathan, waited patiently. The usual low hum of the Leviathan's generators was abruptly shattered by the sound of a las pistol discharging from within the office. Choosing neither to face execution nor suffer the disgrace of command in a penal regiment, Lord Marshal de Stael had resolved his dilemma in the only way he felt could preserve his martial honor. He took his own life. Meanwhile, the broader command structure was thrown into disarray with the arrival of Commissar General Van Horsich and his aides. The upheaval led to the arrest of much of the army's top brass. In a single day marked by turmoil and confusion, 6 officers were executed for resisting arrest, and 62 others, comprising officers and aides, were dispatched to a penal regiment, where they would have the opportunity to die well in the service of the Emperor. With these drastic measures, Commissar General Van Horsich assumed supreme command over all Imperial Guard and Departamento Munitorum operations on Taros. Now at the helm, it was his daunting task to salvage what he could from a faltering campaign aiming to rescue as many men and as much of the Imperial effort as possible. The upheaval within the High Command did little to alleviate the dire circumstances faced by the fighting men on the ground. The situation concerning supplies had reached a critical point, and the toll of dehydration on the troops was now surpassing combat-related casualties. The urgent need for fresh water supplies was paramount. Without them, the remaining regiments risked a rapid decline in their combat readiness, potentially rendering them ineffective in the face of the enemy. During Commissar General Van Horsich's initial briefing as the Supreme Commander, he was confronted with grim reports from regimental commanders across the board. They uniformly stressed the severe lack of supplies, indicating that their units might only last another week, perhaps 10 days at most, without immediate logistical support. There was a palpable sense of urgency, as any sudden offensive by the Tau could completely break the already strained Imperial forces. This precarious situation underscored the challenges Van Horsich faced as he took command, highlighting the immediate need to stabilize the supply lines and bolster the troops' resilience against both the environmental hardships and the looming Tau threat. Van Horsich, immediately upon assuming command, recognized the state of the Imperial supply lines, which were perilously overstretched. His first directive was a pragmatic yet painful decision to order a strategic retreat. This was deemed necessary to preserve the fighting capability of the Imperial forces, viewed as a lesser evil compared to the risk of total annihilation. At that time, a Trojan hauling a fuel trailer took, on average, 3 days to reach the front lines, constantly endangered by Tau stealth teams and strafing runs from Barracudas. The supply routes, marked by the charred remains of Trojans and their trailers, stood as evidence of the Tau's effective strategy to cripple the Imperium's logistical backbone. Van Horsich gave all regimental commanders the authority to pull their forces back toward the initial landing zones. Equipment that could not be transported was to be destroyed to prevent its capture. Rough Rider squadrons were ordered to slaughter their mounts in a particularly drastic measure to conserve water. Further reinforcing his comprehensive approach to stabilizing the front, Van Horsich summoned Fleet Admiral Cotto. He tasked the admiral with a crucial operation to escort new convoys into the Taros system, loaded with much-needed supplies, water, fuel, and replacement equipment, particularly aircraft, to replenish the fighter squadrons. Van Horsich's orders carried an ultimatum as stark as the desert itself: break the Tau blockade or face replacement, and potentially execution. By what seemed a providential act, the location of the Tau's supreme headquarters had been divinely placed into the hands of Commissar General Van Horsich. Seizing this critical opportunity, Van Horsich devised a plan for a decisive strike, Operation Deathblow, that could alter the war's course in one fell swoop. For this daring mission, he would require the collaboration of Lord Commander Gustavus, Colonel Shea, and the lethal skills of the Officio Assassinorum. Upon presentation of his strategy, Gustavus consented to the plan, but with a crucial stipulation. The entire operation would be entrusted to Colonel Shea. Recognized for his meticulous planning and execution capabilities, the colonel orchestrated this critical strike to eliminate the Tau command structure in one decisive action. Van Horsich agreed to this arrangement and took immediate steps to reinforce the mission's chances of success. He dispatched a priority astro-telepathic message to request an agent from the Officio Assassinorum be sent to Taros, an agent from the Eversor Temple, renowned for their ferocity and unrelenting aggression. The sanctioning of this request marked the preparation for what was understood to be a suicidal mission. The Eversor assassin, known among his peers as Long Knife, was expected to not survive the encounter with the Tau. However, the nature of Eversor assassins assured that he would not be the only casualty. No enemy that encountered him would likely survive. This mission, steeped in desperation and hope, was a stark embodiment of the grim resolve and sacrificial tactics often employed by the Imperium in its darkest hours. Armed with critical intelligence about the Tau headquarters, Colonel Shea meticulously crafted his mission strategy, which was structured around 2 specialized strike teams. Red Team would consist solely of the assassin. This lone warrior would be clandestinely inserted into the desert, tasked with directly infiltrating the Tau base. Once inside, the assassin was to eliminate any and all targets, ensuring complete destruction within the enemy stronghold. Simultaneously, Blue Team, composed of a hand-picked Stormtrooper Company platoon, would play a crucial role. These elite soldiers were to be deployed via Valkyries, tasked with executing a high-intensity diversionary attack on the Tau defenses. The chaos and confusion wrought by Blue Team were designed to draw attention and resources away from the primary target, thereby facilitating Red Team's approach and increasing the probability of reaching and eliminating the Tau leadership. This dual-pronged approach leveraged both stealth and overt aggression. The coordination of these teams was paramount. The mission's success hinged on the precise execution of each team's role, highlighting the strategic acumen and decisive action characteristic of the Imperium's military operations. The mission Colonel Shedger was planning, codenamed Operation Deathblow, demanded the utmost in courage and sacrifice. Recognizing the extreme risk involved in striking deep into enemy territory against a highly fortified target, only volunteers were to be recruited for the Stormtrooper units. This mission was expected to be a one-way trip for many, if not all, who participated. Fully aware of the perilous nature of the task, Colonel Shedger, embodying the spirit of sacrifice that defines the Imperium's military leadership, requested to personally command the Blue Team. This decision effectively signed what he knew could be his own death warrant. The aircraft crews from the 71st Tactical Wing 2 would be composed entirely of volunteers, for they faced a similarly grim prospect. Reaching the target area would deplete their fuel reserves, rendering a return trip impossible. Instead, their Valkyries would have to be ditched in the hostile desert. The crews were instructed to destroy their aircraft post-drop to prevent any recovery or use by enemy forces. Equipped with survival kits, these men would then face the daunting task of trekking back to Imperial lines, with the genuine threat of capture by Tau patrols looming over them. As preparations for Operation Deathblow advanced, the timing hinged on the readiness of the Red Team. This lone assassin would need to be fully briefed, equipped with all necessary target information, and strategically deployed to maximize the chances of success. In the meantime, Colonel Shedger visited the Stormtrooper Company, where he successfully rallied 30 volunteers willing to face almost certain death. Knowing the stakes, these soldiers stepped forward to serve the Imperium, ready to lay down their lives in what promised to be one of the most daring operations of the Taros Campaign. On the date marked 684, amid an influx of supplies, the transport vessel Son of Jucha made its triumphant arrival within the Taros system, docking with the Righteous Power. Its cargo, critical to the ongoing war effort, included not only war materials and fuel, but also a large, ominous black container guarded by 4 Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests. Hidden within this container was a biostasis chamber, and inside it, suspended in a bath of amniotic fluids, lay one of the most fearsome instruments of death in the Imperium's arsenal, an Eversor assassin. This assassin was no ordinary fighter. It was a bioengineered psychopath, a one-man killing machine crafted for the singular purpose of hunting and eliminating its targets without pause or remorse. As soon as the cargo was secured, preparations for its deployment began immediately. The Eversor was subjected to hypnosuggestion, programming it with the details of its mission, including its target's specific location and identities. Once the programming was firmly embedded in its mind, the still unconscious assassin was armed with its signature weaponry, a power sword for close combat, a neuro-gauntlet to enhance its already formidable physical prowess, and an executioner pistol loaded with toxins specially formulated by the Eversor Temple to disrupt Tau neurology, ensuring death within seconds. Additionally, a self-destruct mechanism was surgically implanted within the assassin's chest, set to detonate if its biological functions ceased, ensuring that even in death, the Eversaur would remain a lethal threat. With the assassin fully equipped and the mission parameters set, the tech priests chanted a final litany over the biostasis chamber. The chamber was then meticulously secured inside a drop pod launched from the righteous power, hurtling down toward the unsuspecting desert world of Taros below. This marked the beginning of what was intended to be a decisive and terminal phase in the conflict, embodying the ruthless efficiency and cold brutality for which the Imperium of Man is both revered and feared. The drop pod descended toward Taros, landing unobtrusively 60 kilometers from its target. While still airborne, concealed indicator lights within the stasis pod flickered to life, initiating the revival protocols of the dormant Eversaur assassin encased inside. The first sign of reanimation was subtle, a neuro-gauntleted hand tensing into a fist. As the pod made contact with the desert terrain, unnoticed by any, the life support systems efficiently expelled the amniotic fluids and the chamber opened with a sharp hiss. Restraint bolts detonated remotely and the tangle of umbilical cords and sensor needles swiftly retracted from the figure now stirring to life. Freed from its confinement, the assassin emerged into the waning daylight. It paused briefly, and a momentary survey was conducted to assess the immediate vicinity for potential threats. Assured of solitude, the assassin commenced its trek across the desert sands. With movements calculated and low, maintaining an optimal profile for speed and stealth, it advanced, its executioner pistol held at the ready. Red Team was operational and on schedule. By nightfall, it would reach the proximity of its target, prepared to strike with lethal precision. This solitary figure, a synthesis of bioengineering and ruthless training, moved with a single purpose, eliminating its designated targets. As Colonel Sheja's stormtroopers hurtled across the desert skies in their Valkyries, flying low to elude detection, the urgency of their mission hung palpably in the air. Their orders were clear: assault their target with unrestrained force, and sustain the offensive relentlessly. Unbeknownst to them, save for Sheya, the true crux of the operation lay elsewhere, in the form of a lone Eversaur assassin, a weapon of destruction whose approach was cloaked in secrecy. The three Valkyries, gliding just above the desert floor, managed to avoid detection until an early warning system operated by a drone at the Tau base triggered an alert. Reacting with swift precision, Tau defense teams scrambled to their battle stations, readying their weapons as the threat became imminent. The Valkyries executed a tactical maneuver, flaring briefly to hover as the stormtroopers deployed, repelling the final few meters to the sand below. As the troops hit the ground, the Tau unleashed a barrage of fire into the darkness. The Imperial forces responded with equal intensity, their advance under the cover of night illuminated by the staccato bursts of pulse rounds and tracer fire. Amidst this chaos, the stormtroopers pressed forward, low and determined, braving the hostile onslaught. Above them, the Valkyries, too engaged in the battle, circled back, their multi-lasers cutting brilliant paths through the night sky as they provided cover fire for their comrades below. This orchestrated symphony of aerial and ground assault was designed to distract and weaken, setting the stage for the assassin's critical strike. Colonel Sheja and his squad advanced towards the target buildings under cover of night, maneuvering deftly through a hail of pulse rifle fire. Finding brief respite behind the nearest structure, Sheja swiftly extracted a frag grenade from his harness, armed it, and hurled it through an open window. The resulting explosion cleared the way for him to unleash a series of plasma pistol rounds into the breached space. Capitalizing on the chaos, his men surged forward, storming through the doors to secure control of the building. Meanwhile, amidst the tumult and disarray of the battlefield, a sinister presence made its stealthy approach toward the main Tau compound. Cloaked in black and masked with a ghastly pale skull, The Eversaw assassin moved like a spectre in the night. A Tau fire warrior, momentarily distracted by reloading, lifted his eyes only to meet the chilling gaze of the assassin standing before him. In a flash, the Eversaw thrust the needle-sharp spikes of its neuro-gauntlet into the warrior's neck. The Tau fell, racked by convulsions as the potent toxin swiftly ravaged his nervous system, rendering him lifeless in an instant. With relentless efficiency, the assassin continued, undeterred by the enveloping darkness or the ongoing chaos around it. It located the entrance it had been methodically searching for. In moments, the Eversaw placed a melter charge on the doorway, set the timer, and stepped back into the shadows. As the explosive detonated, tearing open the entry, the assassin burst into a sprint, vaulting through the flaming wreckage and down into the bowels of the compound. The fury of battle above was a mere backdrop to the silent, deadly intent of the Eversaw as it delved deeper into the enemy's stronghold, driven by an unquenchable thirst for destruction. Within the dim, cramped corridors of the Tau Command Center, the Eversaw assassin struck with lethal precision and utter surprise. Its initial salvo from the needle pistol sent 2 Tau warriors crashing against the far wall, their lives extinguished instantly by the fast-acting toxins. The assassin rolled forward without breaking stride, evading the panicked return fire from other defenders. Rising swiftly, it fired again, felling a 3rd and 4th Tau with the same deadly efficiency. With its magazine expended, the assassin discarded the pistol and continued its relentless advance. As it navigated the low corridors, 2 more Tau defenders charged, desperation clear in their actions. The assassin ducked beneath their fire, swept the legs from the first attacker, then lunged to impale the second on its gleaming power blade. Each movement of the Eversaw was a fluid, unstoppable force of violence, leaving behind only destruction. The bodies of the fallen enemies lay in a grotesque tableau, their final gurgling breaths echoing off the stark metal walls. With no pause, the black-clad figure of death moved through the next doorway, entering the heart of the Tau Command Center, where the leaders of the enemy's operations on Taros unknowingly awaited their grim fate. In the starkly lit control center of the Tau headquarters, the scene was one of impending doom as the Eversaw assassin entered. The room was momentarily quiet, the air thick with tension. The Ethereal and his 2 bodyguards were facing the assassin, their slender, robed figures stark against the technological backdrop. With fearless resolve and mechanical precision, the assassin launched into action, power sword gleaming in one hand and neuro-gauntlet poised with the other. The Ethereal, a figure revered among his people, found himself with no avenue for escape, trapped by the confines of the command center. The assassin's neuro-gauntlet moved with deadly efficiency, slashing through the air, swiftly incapacitating the bodyguards who fell, convulsing from the excruciating pain delivered by the potent toxins. As the bodyguards hit the ground, additional Tau forces burst into the room, desperate to protect their leader. They opened fire immediately, their pulse rifles lighting up the space with deadly intent. The assassin was struck multiple times and knocked down but remained undeterred. From the ground, it reached out with its neuro-gauntlet, catching the Ethereal's ankle as he attempted to maneuver away. Tripped by the sudden assault, the Ethereal crashed to the floor beside the assassin. More pulse fire followed, the bodyguards aiming to neutralize the threat once and for all. The shots hit the Eversaw squarely, blood splattering the walls and floor in a gruesome display. Yet even as its life ebbed away, the Eversaw clung fiercely to the Ethereal, a haunting laugh escaping its lips with its final rattling breath. As Colonel Shaja and his troops continued their relentless engagement with the Tau defenders, the air was suddenly split by a massive explosion deep within the enemy's compound. Colonel Shaja instinctively sought cover from his tactical position, shielding himself as fiery debris rained down, casting the battlefield into a storm of light and shadow. Around him, his soldiers followed suit, ducking under whatever protection they could find as embers and ash swirled in the heated air. The Tau warriors, caught mid-assault, could only pause and stare in utter horror and dismay. Their command center, once the nerve center of their operations, was now an engulfing inferno. Thick smoke billowed out from the shattered windows and doors, and flames leapt high into the sky, painting a stark picture of devastation against the darkening horizon. For the Tau, the sight was not just a tactical disaster, but a profound personal loss. Their revered ethereal had been inside, and there was no doubt that no one could have survived such a catastrophic blast. The explosion's impact resonated far beyond the immediate physical destruction, sending ripples of shock and a sudden shift in morale through both the Tau and Imperial ranks. For Colonel Sheja's men, this unexpected turn of events brought a grim sort of encouragement, galvanizing them with renewed vigor as they grasped the scale of their impact on the enemy's leadership. Meanwhile, the Tau forces were visibly shaken, their coherence faltering in the face of such an immense loss, providing the Imperium forces with a critical advantage in the ongoing battle. As the command center was engulfed in flames, Colonel Sheja and his stormtroopers continued their fight, undeterred by the chaos around them. However, Tau reinforcements quickly arrived, tipping the battle balance decisively. The colonel and his men, surrounded and outnumbered, fought bravely but were ultimately overwhelmed and slain. In the wake of the destruction of their command center, the Tau showed no inclination for mercy, fueled by a desire for retribution. Operation Deathblow, while a suicide mission, had come perilously close to achieving its full objective. The ethereal Envoy was indeed killed in the attack, delivering a severe blow to the Tau forces. However, Shazot Rumayr, the military leader of the Tau on Taros, had fortuitously been away from the control center, leading his bodyguards in direct combat against the Imperial attackers. Although he sustained injuries, his survival meant that Tau leadership remained intact, albeit severely shaken. The immediate aftermath of the explosion and the death of their ethereal plunged the Tau coalition forces into a state of shock and mourning. The ethereal's death sent ripples of grief through their ranks, temporarily paralyzing their operational capabilities. Yet as the initial shock subsided, it was replaced by a profound and collective rage. This emotional transition from grief to vengeance rekindled the fighting spirit of the Tau, transforming their campaign's rallying cry from "for the greater good" to a thirst for revenge with "for Envoy" echoing across the desert sands. This shift marked a dark turn in the conflict on Taros, setting the stage for a brutal continuation of hostilities. The Tau, driven by loss and fury, were now more determined than ever to punish those responsible for the death of their revered leader. The stage was set for a relentless pursuit of vengeance that would see no quarter given to the Imperial forces. Following a week of paralyzing grief and inactivity, the Tau redirected their immense fury towards the Imperial Guard regiments retreating through the desert. Abandoning defensive maneuvers, they launched a fierce offensive intended to crush the Imperial Guard and bring the war to a swift conclusion. Shazot Rumayr took charge, reorganizing his remaining hunter cadres for the impending assault. Although the Imperium's forces were severely battered, they had not yet been vanquished. Recognizing the dire situation, Lord Commander Gustavus ordered evacuation of all surviving personnel on Taros. The campaign, which had spanned a mere 90 days from the first ship's arrival, had failed. Despite his outrage, Commissar General Van Horsich acknowledged the futility of further resistance. With the evacuation order in place, his remaining task was to salvage as many forces as possible before they, too, succumbed to the relentless Tau assault. With the Tau now on the offensive, the withdrawal of the Talon forces accelerated rapidly. The threat of enemy forces, whether imagined or real, loomed constantly over them, causing the guardsmen to retreat in a chaotic rush towards the landing zones. What had once been a vast army moving with military precision was now at risk of devolving into a disorganized rabble. The desert quickly turned into a dumping ground as guardsmen abandoned their vehicles and equipment in their desperate bid for survival. Hundreds of Chimera and Lehman Russ hulls soon dotted the barren landscape. At the same time, officers struggled in vain to impose order and keep their squads, platoons, and companies intact. Amidst the chaos, commissars sternly barked warnings, declaring that any man seen discarding his weapon would be treated as a deserter and shot. Long columns of exhausted guardsmen trudged south through the desert, moving slowly past countless abandoned Lehman Russ and Chimera vehicles, their fuel tanks long since empty. Rations and water canteens became the only valued items, with heavy weapons and even spare ammunition discarded along the way. Desperate men rummaged through the hulks of tanks and chimeras, searching for overlooked water cans and looted canteens from the dead of previous battles, shaking out the last few drops in a frantic bid for survival. Tormented by thirst, the entirety of 10th Corps streamed southward, retracing the ground they had fought so hard to claim. It was a broken army, no longer capable of making a stand. With their enemy in full retreat, the Tau seized the opportunity to exact their long-desired revenge. The fleeing guardsmen became easy targets as barracudas and tiger sharks took off incessantly, laying waste to the retreating army. Orcas deployed combat teams that mercilessly ambushed the retreating Talon guardsmen, either slaughtering them or capturing them as prisoners. As the Tau attacks intensified and news of ambushes spread, the disorganized retreat rapidly descended into a chaotic rout, becoming a complete shambles within 4 days. Some officers attempted to organize rearguard actions to hold off the Tau and buy time for those ahead. Still, these efforts were in vain, as all ad hoc rearguard units were wiped out in futile firefights. In the aftermath of the evacuation order, the Tau efficiently mopped up the remnants, taking thousands of prisoners and marching them away to captivity. For many, capture was preferable to dying of thirst under the merciless sun. While a few stragglers made it through, the majority did not. To all intents and purposes, 4 Talon regiments had ceased to exist. Only the 331st Regiment of 10th Corps managed to withdraw in good order, with thousands being evacuated in the following days. The 114th Cadian Regiment also fared relatively well, with their chimeras loaded with men racing southward until their fuel ran out, after which they marched the remaining distance. Most of the regiment survived, though many of their chimeras did not. The remaining Titans of Legio Ignatum also returned intact, and on Tecmagus Volta's direct orders were immediately taken to safety. Disorder reigned at the landing grounds as crowds of desperate guardsmen, terrified of being left to the mercy of the Tau, clamored to board the transports. Commissars and stormtroopers fought a losing battle to maintain order, brandishing loaded weapons and shooting those who breached their cordon. High-ranking officers and essential administratum officials were the first to board. At the same time, much of the remaining space was occupied by equipment, deemed far more irreplaceable than the plentiful guardsmen at the Imperium's disposal. The Raptors chapter had fallen responsible for protecting the landing zone. Captain Aurelius's Space Marines redeployed to Taros and established a defensive perimeter around the landing grounds, often occupying the fortifications originally constructed by the Talon regiments when they first arrived. At the year 769, dawn broke as a yellow molten orb over the mountains, signaling the onset of another blisteringly hot day. Soon, the heat haze shimmered across the desert as the Raptors' sentries scanned the sands. With the yellow dawn came the distinctive swept-wing shapes of Tau mantas, approaching low like massive birds of prey, hovering in the dusty heat haze to disembark their hunter cadres. The Emperor's forces were beaten, yet the Tau's thirst for revenge remained insatiable. Chateau Ramir ordered one last attack directly against the landing grounds. Any who did not escape now would be stranded on Taros forever. However, the Space Marines of the Raptors chapter stood between the Tau and the landing zone. As the Tau ferried in their forces and mustered for the attack, the Space Marines reinforced their defences with whatever reserves Captains Aurelius and Cades could muster, bracing themselves for one final battle. Their objective was to buy time for the evacuating troops. If the Space Marines' defences broke, the landing grounds would also be overrun. The longer the Raptors could hold, the more troops would escape to fight another day. The first thrust came from the east. Supported by long-range fire from Mantas hovering on the distant horizon, enormous railgun rounds began to impact the defensive positions, flinging rock and earth skywards. Following close behind, hammerheads and broadside battlesuits joined the fusillade, their rounds slamming into Space Marine positions. Fire warriors and battlesuits, led by Chasseur Ramire, closed in, met by Space Marine heavy weapons and whirlwinds in response. The Tau closed within 200 meters of the dug-in Space Marines, but their attack faltered there. Soon, hammerheads and battlesuits were burning fiercely in the morning light, with dozens of Tau corpses littering the sand. Those fortunate enough to survive the Raptors' counterattack retreated, their offensive broken. A second assault came from the west, with much greater force. Once again, railgun rounds slammed into the defensive positions. Once again, the Raptors stood firm, fighting fiercely to hold back the oncoming tide. A Manta closed in, bombarding the entrenchments with volleys of missiles. Captain Cades committed his last reserves, dispatching 6th Company land speeders to attack the Manta at close range. The small skimmers dodged and weaved as heavy bolters rattled and multi-melters roared. 3 were destroyed in the battle, but the Manta withdrew, unwilling to risk further damage. A Tau hammerhead gunship unleashed the long-range firepower of its railgun, posing a constant threat to Imperial tank columns. As losses mounted, Captain Cades moved from dugout to dugout, directing counterfire and urging his hard-pressed battle brothers on. During the fierce combat, a plasma blast that immolated a Predator tank also critically wounded Cades, peppering him with molten shrapnel. He was dragged to safety, his upper torso and right arm mutilated by the intense heat. Only the skill of an apothecary and his superhuman physique kept Cades alive. Though he would never fight again as he had on so many battlefields, his valor earned him the honor of being interred in a dreadnought upon his return to the Chapter Fortress. By mid-afternoon, the Tau forces were spent. They had battered relentlessly at the Space Marine positions, but failed to break them. Meanwhile, the last landing craft hurriedly loaded their human cargo as the sounds of battle reverberated around them. Hordes of guardsmen crowded into the holds, and once full, the ramps were raised, and the great loading doors rolled shut. Anyone not on board now would be left on Taros for good. The liftoff of the last landing craft freed Captain Aurelius to order the evacuation of his own forces. At great cost, the Raptors had stood as the shield between the Tau and the evacuation all day. As night fell, Thunderhawks were deployed to lift the Battle Brothers to safety. By the time the Raptors' evacuation was complete, the remaining transports and their escorts were already retreating out of the system. The Raptors' battle barge would be the last Imperial vessel to leave, bringing up the rear as the fleet made the warp jump out of the Taros system. The Tau fleet did not pursue this, as new orders stayed in their hand. The prize was the Tau's. They had won Taros and expanded their empire. The campaign was over. The war on Taros had cost the Imperial Guard dearly, with over 5 complete regiments lost. The 3rd and 12th Talon armoured regiments had lost all their combat vehicles and equipment. The survivors were consolidated into a reformed understrength 3rd Regiment, which would be rebuilt. The 17th and 89th Talon regiments had disintegrated as coherent forces during the retreat, with most of their men now Tau captives condemned to labour in Taros's mines for the greater good. The remnants were absorbed into the 331st Regiment, which had fared remarkably well throughout the campaign. This regiment now boasted its first campaign honour and a corps of veterans ready to serve in future war zones. The 23rd Elysian drop troops had been nearly annihilated during Operation Comet, though they retained over 100 aircraft. The regiment would be reformed with new recruits from their home world, ready to rise and fight again. The 114th Cadian Regiment had lost only several hundred men, but over 90% of its vehicles. It could be quickly re-equipped with new chimeras from war reserves. It would soon be ready for redeployment to the Cadian Gate. However, the Legio Ignatum had suffered the loss of one of its 4 Warhound Titans, deeply felt by the princeps and crews who had fought alongside it. For the Imperium, the death toll was staggering. It was estimated that 10,000 guardsmen had been killed and 15,000 more were wounded. As many as 20,000 may have been captured by the Tau. Approximately 350 tanks, over 700 chimeras, and 200 artillery pieces were lost. Aircraft losses totaled 68 out of 78. While the Tau Empire forces on the planet were assaulting the Imperium's troops, their fleet inflicted serious damage on the ships of the Imperial Navy patrolling the system. Fleet Admiral Cotto's Taros invasion fleet lost Hammer of Thrace, the light cruiser Cerberus, and 8 escorts. The battle cruisers Righteous Power and Black Duke were damaged. Before returning to duty, they would require significant repairs at the Kar Duniash shipyards. Aside from losing so many fighting men, vehicles and craft, the Tau Empire's capture of Taros had broader implications for the Imperium. The mining world's resources had been earmarked for the escalating war effort against Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade. While other sources of ore could supply the forges of Styges VIII, delays were inevitable. Shaso Ramaya commanded a Tau coalition estimated to include at least 100 hunter cadres, totaling between 8 and 9,000 fire warriors and possibly as many as 5,000 Kroot allies. Additionally, over 8,000 human deserters had joined the Tau cause. Actual Tau Empire numbers and losses throughout and after the battle remained unknown to the Imperium. Still, they were believed to be in the thousands. The Imperial fleet confirmed the destruction of only 1 custodian-class carrier, the Aho, and 8 escort vessels. Following their victory, the planet and its mineral resources were firmly in Tau hands. In the subsequent years, the Tau solidified their control over Taros. As their young empire expanded, ships from Tau and Dalaith arrived in orbit, bringing Xenos colonists to the planet. Meanwhile, the Imperium could not strike back as other priorities took precedence. Another invasion would require a greater force than that sent to Taros under Lord Commander Gustavus. This force was not feasible at the time. There would be no second invasion for the foreseeable future. With Tyros secure, the ethereal councillors on Tau shifted their gaze to the new borders of their empire, eyeing the next world for conquest.